ago after our shopping. I had to end my broadcast in the middle because I'd forgotten to go to the bank. Before we went shopping, I had to run off to a 7-Eleven, go to the ATM machine, and grab myself a little more money. Um, got that done, and so now here we are again. So, yeah, there is the Yaki nikku getting ready or being right there. We put a little pork on there first. That got a lot of fat to it to grease up the grill there. Um, and to go with the yakiniku, I thought I would have myself a beer. I bought a variety of beers there, but they're not cold yet. So I'm going to go with something that was already chilled. Uh, has nothing to do with Japan, but a nice little Guinness Guinness Stout. Yeah. This is my drink for a long, long time. I like my stout. And let's see. Get ourselves some pottery bowls, dishes, and let's see, a couple of small plates to boot. And we're gonna need some chopsticks, chopsticks, and more chopsticks. Let's see. Okay. Got our chopsticks. We've got our pate, our different sauces here to dip the meat into. And we're going to give kind of semi Korean style here. We've got we've got some whatever, I can't remember what this leaf is called. Those of you that love Korean food will hate me, but I've forgotten what it's called. Mm. This green leaf here that we're going to be wrapping the meat in, which is kind of the way the Koreans do it. I've only spent a couple of days in Korea. I'm not an expert in Korea at all. A friend of ours, though, loves Korea. Going to Korea sometimes, uh, watching Korean television drama, and so on and so forth. Yeah. All right. So we've got our sauces. We've got our meat cooking. I've got my beer ready to ready to open here. Ah, and now into, yeah. I mean, I'm not that British. I prefer my Guinness chilled. Look at that. Yeah, a nice head on that, isn't it? Yeah, wonderful, wonderful. Mm. Oh, that's good. All right. How we doing, dear?
Or use our vegetables.
Yep. More vegetables. Hello. All right. So, what are you looking for, dear? Oh, Jeeves. Hello. Yeah. Yeah. Nice. Yeah. It should be a pretty good meal. Now, Yaki nikku. Of course, the main course is the meat, but we do have our share of vegetables here. Like I said, the nice leaves to wrap the meat in after it's been cooked up and dipped in the sauce. Onions. Get me some onions. Oh, let's see. Spread the oil around a little bit. Make sure things are nice and greased up so the vegetables don't stick. It looks like they're in pretty good shape already. The pumpkin, or squash, is not sticking, so probably in pretty good shape there. Got to get me some onion going. I like onion with my yakiniku. There we go. Yes, yes, yes. All right, get me some. Oh, might as well cook up some of these mushrooms here. Put them along the edge so they roast up nice and slow. Don't get too much brown before they're ready to eat. There we go. We got a nice little variety there. What are we missing? Oh, we're missing some some pimon. Pimon is like a Japanese pepper. Um, it's good for this. It's very mild pepper. It's not spicy at all. Um, you like onion? Yeah, me too. I love onion. Love onion. Can't get enough of it. Um, yeah, I especially appreciate it when the onion is mild enough that you could just bite into it like an apple almost. I mean, wow. I like onion. Yep. What you doing, dear?
I'm going to bring you.
Oh, we got some bought some scallops too. Variety is the spice of life, right? So we got some small scallops in the shell, ready to grill those up. See how they. You gonna do it in a little oven toaster?
Yep. Here's our small scallop.
Yeah. So how long do you bake them? I would say just turn the heat up.
Non-fried.
Turn the knob.
Just now.
That'll bake them unless you want the
Maybe 5.
5 minutes. All right, 5 minutes. There we go. All right, here we go. Yeah. Let's see. I'm gonna try our new sauce here. See what it's like. This seems to be high in onion content, which I like.
Oh, over this kabocha. What you call this?
Squash.
Squash. I like kabocha.
Yeah. My wife can't have. I, she feels about the squash the way I do about the onion. No, the onion's not quite cooked enough. Leave the others a little bit longer there.
Let's try this also.
Yeah. And how's the meat doing? Oh, that one's getting good. Yeah, it's getting there, getting there. Oh, it's just not. I need more. Okay, we're doing pretty good. Getting on the road to the meal. Right? Don't forget your leaf, dear, when you. Oh, Guinness. Yeah, Guinness extra stout. The original extra stout. Guinness original extra stout. Dark and lively. It is right from Ireland. The label is written in Japanese, um, but it does say it came from Ireland. So it was made in Ireland. I can't tell whether it was bottled in Ireland and they put the labels on here, or if it was brewed in Ireland and bottled here. Can't find that information. Um, that's all right. Either way, it's the real McCoy.
onion. This one is okay.
And what is okay? Onion? Yeah, it would work. Ah. Put onion on there, and this meat looks like it's pretty well getting cooked. I think we're going to call that ready to eat. So we'll put that, dip that in a little sauce there also. And now we'll fold this up. Got a little, this stem there. Oh, it's okay. They can see. They can see. They'll see you too. Yeah. Yep. And roll it all up in there and have a bite. Mm. Mm. Very nice. Mm. The onion, the meat. Meat is no. It's ready, dear. Mm. Yeah, that was quite nice. How about the kabocha? Looks like it's getting done. Yeah. Don't overcook the onion.
Okay.
Okay, okay.
Okay.
There we go. Yeah, looking pretty good.
The meat's hot.
The meat is hot, yeah. But the lettuce cools it off. It's a nice balance. Mm. How's this onion doing? I think it can be turned. Okay, the scallops have been in for 5 minutes. Oh, that onion. Oh, there we go. That's the way I like the onions to look. Just browning there nicely.
And there is the other.
Yes, yes, yes. Mmm. Ah, grilled onions. Mm. So nice. Delicious, delicious. Mm, mm, mm. Wow.
We still have Shangri-La? Shangri-La? What?
Sangria?
Oh, Sangria.
Um, I'm not sure. If we do, wouldn't it be down under the counter there? Unless you hid it in there someplace, I don't see it. It's okay. All right. That and the. What about the margarita?
Margarita. We still have.
I thought we still had. I thought we had some of each of those, but I don't know. You know, I don't drink those. the last time Mako was here, she had some, but I know that there was some left after that, and I don't think anybody's had any since then. Oh, and good evening. No, wait, wow, okay. Missed some of your comments here. Sorry, we were. Hey, Dan, that looks delicious. Apologies for earlier. My Wi-Fi suddenly disconnected. Anyways, that was a great discussion. Yes, it was. I heartily agree. That was one of the. That was a really good discussion. It was really good to have share in with us. That was really good. And good evening, Mercy. This says good evening, Mercy.
Hello, good evening. I have margarita.
Yeah. Oh, there's no sangria?
No, it's only margarita.
Really? I thought we had
Maybe
sangria.
it's hard to find in your.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that was a good discussion. Jeff had to bail out early. He has a busy day today. Um, but yeah, it was a great discussion. Thought provoking, interesting to get
How's the layman's
to
philosophy?
get input from people with varying opinions. What's that?
That's you're talking about layman philosophy.
Yep. Yep. That's what we were talking about. All right. This one looks like it's more or less cooked. Yakisoba yakiniku. Wow, it does go up to 250. I don't think we need 250. 230? I mean, it says yakiniku 250. Maybe 250. Yeah, that's what we'll go with. All right, I need another leaf. Need another leaf. Oh, all right.
I have to put the sauce because there's
No flavor?
I did not put the what's this the butter. It's good if there's a butter, but it's hard to open.
Interesting. That's good.
Next time, I like the what's this kaki.
Now, the kaki that we had, yeah, the oysters. Yeah, we had fresh oysters. A friend of ours had some oysters sent that we shared in. Really quite good. With fresh oysters. Grilled them up and enjoyed those. Let's get some onion going here. Oh yeah, the onion looks pretty good. A little more sauce on there. And let's wrap this up a little bit and see how it works. Delicious.
Oh, maybe it's already overcooked.
This looks good. Oh, that one's definitely done. Oh, that's definitely done. How are we doing here? Getting brown on the one side. Time to flip it over to the other. Yeah, getting good, getting good. Yes. Anyway, it's late out here, so I have to turn in. Bon appetit. Et bonsoir. Yes. Have a good evening. Have a pleasant rest. See you again soon, I hope. Take care. Thanks for dropping by.
So we have her beef. Wow. That's only two. Put two. first?
Yeah, sounds good. Probably because it's good, you know, where it's overcooked. Quite delicious, quite delicious. If we went out to a restaurant to eat like this, it would probably cost us 3 times as much. So, no, yeah, I mean, that's why I'm so lucky. My wife is a wonderful cook, so we can eat delicious foods without having to go out to a fancy restaurant. So good.
You can save money.
Hmm. Couldn't afford to eat like this if we were eating out.
This one is already how much for Kenyan, only how many cases?
That would probably be, yeah, like I said,
Maybe it's because it's Timang already.
yeah, I would. Oh, I'm sure it would. For that, for this quality of beef, and for that amount, yeah, probably $100 for that. Not for this, for the whole thing, but yeah. This one looks good. Gonna go with that one. Looks like the Pimon are getting cooked.
You want more scallops?
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, we're having all kinds of problems. All right, dear, you're getting wild. The thing about scallops, they come with their own scooper, right? You use one half to scoop the other. Hmm. Quite nice scallop. What are we gonna do tomorrow, dear?
Tomorrow?
Yes, dear. We did our grocery shopping today.
We don't have this for overcooked because it's not delicious.
Mm. Yeah. Most of my most loyal viewers are probably fast asleep by now.
Oh, because it's already night.
Yeah, it's like 2 o'clock in the morning, or
Wow.
even one in California. I think it's midnight or after midnight. You can take these shells and make a necklace or a hanging whatever thing, wind chime. I think the beef is cooked.
But it's already burned, darling. Oh, that's yours.
Okay. Onion, onion, onion. Love it, love it, love it. Ah, yeah. There we go. And the beef. There we go. Wrap this up. Wrap this up like that.
How do you say it's a correct playing game today?
Hmm. No, it's only Tuesday night there, remember? Hmm. Hmm. Beef has good flavor. It's not as tender as it was at one time. At one time, excuse me. One time it was really tender beef and delicious. This one, the piece I had just now wasn't
Just
quite as
it's
tender.
small, I know, small, a bit thin slice.
And even the thicker one that we had at one time was really tender.
Maybe it's different.
But the flavor is really good.
I think there is another line.
Lettuce wrap, that's right. Lettuce wrap, yeah. Like I said, that's kind of the way the Koreans do it. In Korean um, meat, they cook it up and then wrap it in this kind of lettuce.
Where did you put your shell?
Kind of lettuce. Some specialty lettuce that what they use to wrap the meat up in. Works very well. Well, that onion looks like it's about cooked on that side. Oh, overcooked. Oh my dear.
Onion? Oh.
That's okay. I love onions. There we go. Get some oil on that there. We still have more? Wow. Got a lot of scallops. Got a lot of food here to eat. Alright, that's onion's a little bit overcooked, but it's still onion. It's still good to me.
You are not going to overcook this one because it's getting harder.
Yeah. Mm. And here we go. There. Get some the piement going there. Yeah, the lettuce wrap. That's the way to go. I mean, this is looking at this. This is almost a keto style. I mean, we don't really have very many carbohydrates. Some in the squash. Use some carbohydrates in the squash. That'd probably be the highest source of carbohydrates here. Um, getting our fats from the meat, of course, fats and protein, and lots of fiber and so on. Yeah, it's a pretty good. should be a pretty good meal.
Mm.
Oh, thank you. I guess it's close to keto, if not exactly. I think somebody on a keto diet could join us here and not squawk too much. Mm.
The pork and the beef.
Yep. All right. There we go. A little pork there. Mm. Very nice. Mm. Yeah. Oh no, my Guinness is getting low, and I only have one. I do have a variety of other beers. Got one more that's cold, I believe. Mm. All right, another lettuce wrap, another piece of this time beef. Nice thick. Now this beef is sliced a little thicker than the last time, right? And, oh, you took my onion. Oh my goodness.
Onions? Oh, here. I did not take here because it's already.
Yep. I had it in mind. I should have grabbed it sooner. Yeah. Lettuce is nice. Yeah. It is. It is. This is very nice. Yeah. Mm. Mm. Yes, quite lovely. Onion, with the grilled meat, a little bit of the sauce on there, and then wrapped in this lettuce leaf. Very, very nice. Mm. Can get a bit messy though. But well worth it. Yep. Mm. Looking good.
We have a lot of meat.
Usually we buy the small pack, so we buy a few, 3, 4, 5 small packs. But these big packs are so big, and the pork is especially cheap. Yes, yes, yes. Time for another leaf.
It's like we are eating a mukbang. You know mukbang?
I don't know mukbang. What's that?
That best you eating bunch of food. Mukbang.
Mukbang. Yep. Like a banquet?
I don't know what's that.
Hmm. Yeah. I think the onion's about done, dear. And the mushrooms are done. Onions are done.
Yeah, that is especially in South Korea. I believe especially one that is live stream that picture a person eating a large quantity of food and addressing the audience.
Okay.
That's mukbang.
Mukbang. Okay.
So they're eating look mukbang shrimp.
There we go. Some nice meat wrapped up in the leaf.
The seafood mukbang.
Mm. Mm. Delicious. It really is delicious. Mm. Use up a lot of tissues this way. Quite delicious. Mm. Onions just on their own are delicious. How's your margarita, dear? Where is my... There it is. Oh, this is the one that I had before. This is one that was cold. All right, I finished my Guinness. Now it's time to try something completely different. This one is called Lucky Cat. It's a Lucky Brew from the Kizakura Brewing Company. Kizakura is best known for their Nihonshu, their Japanese sake. But lately they've gotten into the craft beer, the small production beer market here. Let's see, get rid of the last
You
of
don't have. Oh, that's Lucky Cat. There's no Lucky Dog.
No Lucky Dog here. They didn't have Lucky Dog at Miyahara.
Where did you buy the Lucky Dog?
At Akatsuki. Yeah. You don't like it so much. Ah, delicious. Yep, it really is delicious. How would you? Oh my goodness. Maybe.
This one is already.
Okay.
Oh, you have to down to 100.
Okay. That probably better. Mm. Slightly overcooked, but it's still delicious. Really like grilled onions. Thank you, thank you. Mm. Even just plain scallops are nice. I um, so let's see. Guinness in the bottle. I think Guinness was what, 5%? Yeah, 5%. You can also get it in the can here. In which case, I think it's only 4.5% for some reason. I'm not really sure why. And then this Lucky Cat is also 5% alcohol. So not a high alcohol beverage, but a good flavor beverage, both of them.
This one is okay.
Oh, okay, dear. Ah. Mm. All right, let's see what we got here. We got that nice piece of beef. Dip it in the pate, the sauce there.
I'm going
Nice
to
and
was
coated.
another litas.
Mm. Oh, the meat is almost as big as the lettuce. Wrap it up. Um, mm. This particular slice was nice and tender. Mm.
I think they put different
Mm.
meat.
Mm. Very nice. Very nice.
This one is tender.
Lorenzo, hello Lorenzo. Hey, throw me a flap of that meat. I'll be outside to catch it.
What?
I don't think my throwing arm is quite that strong. Mm. Maybe I can send it by messenger pigeon. I have a feeling though that a pigeon flying halfway across the world carrying a slice of meat might be a target for a lot of predators. Probably is not going to make it, eh? Let's go with this one, whatever this one is.
Mine I mixed with that.
Yeah, I did too, a little bit. Mm. What do we got going here? The pork is looking pretty good. The pimon's looking pretty good. Yeah, I think that'll work. Mm. Oh, thank you. Scallops are still coming. Mm. Nice. I like the scallops no sauce, just like they are. It's good. Mm. Mm. Yeah. You can't catch either. Yeah. Oh, thank you. That's the good part and the bad part of HAPS. Our friends are scattered all over the world. So, I mean, it's interesting because we get to see all kinds of different things from different parts of the world, thanks to our HAPS friends. But yeah, real life get togethers are a little bit of a challenge. Going over to a HAPS friend's house for to share, to have a couple of beers turns into a major excursion. But it's all good. We just have to appreciate the virtual world, I guess. Hmm. Really nice. The lettuce, I mean, it's not exactly it, but yeah, the lettuce like leaf that we're using really complements the meat very well. Hmm. Get a few more of these mushrooms on here. Get them all greased up there.
Oh, overcooked.
Uh-oh. There we go. Got the onion.
It's already cooked.
Oh, okay, okay. Perfect. What do we got here? The onion. Oh, yeah, the onion's going to be overcooked if we're not careful. That one's fine. This one's on the verge. Why are you running water? Oh, you're
On
the lettuce. All right, what do we got here? Oops, grab two. There we go. Hmm. Yeah, I mean, this is a keto diet, right? No carbohydrates coming. Let's see. Yes, this weekend we will all be together at the waterfront ocean, partying at the beach of the Gulf Coast. Partying? Really? Oh, cool. Yeah, that's something. Japanese have a hard time. Some Japanese have a hard time getting their head around. What time is it in America? Well, that depends on whether you're on the East Coast, the Midwest, or the West Coast, or somewhere in between. Making my rounds before sleep. Just came in to say hello. Hello, Warrior Grandma. Welcome, welcome. Yep, just enjoying a little Yaki nikku. Um, doing it kind of Korean style, wrapping the cooked meat, dipping it in a little sauce, and wrapping it up in a lettuce-like leaf, and it's really nice. The lettuce, of course, adds a little fiber. Also helps to prevent the oil from building up in your stomach and so on. So it's very, very good. Plus, I mean, the taste wise, it's really a good match. Mm. Get a couple more slices of meat on here. Warrior Grandma, what time is it where you are? Onion, love grilled onion. Mm. We got having kind of a early dinner. We often eat early because we tend to get up quite early. Sound like really old people. Um, but 12:52. Okay, so it must be in California, maybe.
Really?
I'm guessing
Oh,
12:52 in the morning, so just after midnight or just before 1 o'clock in the morning. Yeah. Oregon. Oh, Oregon. Oregon. I have an aunt in Oregon somewhere. Portland, maybe. I have a feeling it's outside of Portland, but I'm not sure. I've never. I've been to the airport in Portland. There used to be a direct flight from um, the nearest large city. Uh, you're not far from Portland, okay? Yeah, I never actually got out of the airport. I just basically changed planes there. I had a layover of I don't know, a couple hours. It wasn't very long anyway. It wasn't long enough to actually get out of the airport. But um, that flight was discontinued um, for whatever economic reasons the airlines have for making their decisions. And it was very, very convenient for me because it was a direct flight from Fukuoka, which is just a short trip from here for me to Portland, and then I could go from Portland to Des Moines or something like that. But that is no longer the case. Cannot be done anymore. I'm sure there are probably still flights between Portland and Japan, but hey, how are you doing? I'm following you. Oh, Susan Day. Oh, hello, Susan Day. Oh, that's Warrior Grandma, right? Okay.
you have to clean them straight.
I have to what?
To clean it up.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. We got a buildup of oil and other things needs to be cleaned off. Hmm. Yeah, we're getting good here. Have another swig of brew. Yeah, it's all good, all good. How's it looking? Oh yeah, a little 2 seconds on the other side again, and we're good.
And this meat, the food is done. That one is okay.
Alright, onion's good too. See if we can clean most of this off of here so we can clean up our grill. Grab a paper towel. Yeah.
No, it's okay. No.
The mid-meal cleaning.
Welcome. What's that?
Please say hello to your friends you have there. Ah, yes, yes, yes. So if any of you don't know, yeah, this is my wife, Mercy, right? She does cooking broadcasts sometimes, not on a regular basis. Um, she's working more or less 6 days a week. She has a day off tomorrow. That's why we're enjoying this meal like this. But she does do her cooking broadcasts whenever she can. I try to help her with that, be an extra pair of hands with the camera or whatever. And yeah, of course, she's my wife, but I do recommend her broadcast because the food that she cooks is always really, really good. Well, she might like my recipe you made up. She might, yeah. What kind? I mean, we try lots of different things. She likes experimenting. She likes learning new foods and so on. I mean, she's Filipina. We're living here in Japan, and we cook just a eclectic variety of foods. Uh, she cooks curries. I mean, I do most of the uh, Tex-Mex, American style. Like sloppy joes and chili and things like that. But most of the other things she'll cook. Mm. Mm. Pancake pie. Hmm.
Who's that? Oh, she might like my recipe I made up. So give me the recipe. I will try and show it up
Yes,
in the
I'm following her,
broadcast.
Mercy, and you're always talking about. Yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah. I'm more talkative than she is. I'm actually kind of a shy, quiet person, but after 35 years of teaching English, and having to stand up in front of a group of people that I don't really know very well and talk for a period of time trying to give them an English lesson, I guess I've just kind of gotten used to talking a lot. So when she's cooking, she's concentrating on her cooking, and so I try to help her out. Mm. Delicious, delicious. Let's see. Another piece of meat here. Grab myself another leaf.
Mm. I forgot to put the meat.
You're the one sitting there with the meat, my love.
This
Right.
one, this is good meat.
Mm.
You put uh, the mix it and different meat.
Ah,
This one is different.
yeah. Mushroom and onions and meat wrapped up in a lettuce leaf. I like it. I'm intrigued by. Oh, I'm native Lakota, but I'm a Chicano and cook Tex-Mex food. Okay, cool. I, uh, I would be interested in your recipes. I'm sure Mercy would be also. Sounds like, yeah. If you're doing a cooking channel, Lorenzo Garza, I don't think I've seen your cooking. Are you doing cooking on your broadcast? Because Tex-Mex, I can appreciate me some Tex-Mex. I am native Osage and Irish along with some others. Oh. We got some real Americans,
American food.
not these Johnny come latelys. Yeah, I mean, I bought land in the Philippines, or I mean, my wife did, because yeah, in the Philippines, foreigners are not allowed to buy land, which is a good thing actually, because land prices are relatively low there, and if they opened it up for foreigners to buy, some rich foreigners would come in and buy the whole country, and then where would the Filipinos be, right? So it's probably a good thing. Um, but since we're married, we own land now in the Philippines. So yet I still feel strange about even saying that I own land. I mean, land almost doesn't seem like something you should own. I mean, it's like, yeah, I'm here for a while. To own it, to pass it on to somebody. I mean, I realize that that's what we want to do. I'm just not really sure that's natural. I don't know. Natural, that's another very, very vague term. I'm not sure I know what I mean if I say natural. So, now I broadcast before I teach how to understand the Bible truth. Okay. All right. I still would be interested in a Tex-Mex recipe or two. Be that as part of a broadcast or just a direct message or something like that would be interesting to me.
I will try your recipe.
Mm. That piece of meat was very good.
Yeah, because that's the
Mm.
one,
Mm.
the mix. Mm, no, I will search for tips how to.
Understand the Bible truth.
Uh,
Mm. Yeah, I don't know what time you're broadcasting. I don't recall catching even part of your broadcast. Either you're overlapping with mine or the time, I mean, maybe you're doing it while I'm in class. I'm in, so most most evenings, your time, American time, I'm in the classroom. So my time, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday mornings, my time, which puts it basically between, or basically, Sunday, Monday, Wednesday, Thursday evenings.
it's a good one.
Yep, looks good. I'm in the classroom, and then my Wednesday mornings, which is your Tuesday evenings, is when I broadcast. So, um, yeah,
The fun is complete.
I do all kinds of things. Sometimes walking, singing, talking about positivity and happiness. Cool. Now I do some broadcasts during the cherry blossom season here, which was relatively long this year. We didn't have a lot of times the cherry blossoms are knocked off the trees um, quickly by a heavy rainstorm with winds and so on. We didn't have that this year, so the blossoms stayed on the trees quite a long time. I was able to do a few broadcasts showing the cherry blossoms, and I do some walking around town a little bit, sometimes shopping, just show what it's like. So earlier today we did a shopping, we did some grocery shopping, selecting our evening meal here. Did a broadcast on that. Um, it's a little bit of a long walk downtown, and we don't like taking the bus with the pandemic going on. But we may take a walk downtown and give everyone a glimpse of our castle here. Kumamoto Castle is one of the better castles around. Let's see. It's 3 a.m. now. 3 a.m. Right. So 3 a.m. So you must be in Central Time, I'm guessing. Um, Mostly do it on Sunday night at 7 p.m. Texas Central Time. All right. Okay. Central Time.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Texas. Yeah. Got relatives. Uh, got some relatives in Texas. Believe they're in Amarillo in that area. But I've only been to Texas a couple of times. Um, yeah, it's a long walk from Iowa to Texas. It's not even a short drive, you know. But yeah, Texas. I remember. I remember. What do I remember in Texas? Remember an uncle that we were in his. Of course, he had a pickup. I think a four-wheel drive pickup. You know, with the gun rack across the back window of the cab. You know, and we were going somewhere, and we were driving along, you know, the wide straight uh, roads they have in Texas there, and saw a coyote in the distance, and so just took off across the field, came to a barbed wire fence across somebody's property, got out, laid the fence down, drove over it, stood it back up, took off again across the field, you know, chasing that coyote. It's like, yeah, this is what we do. Coyotes are a scourge. We get rid of them, you know. Nobody's going to squawk about you driving across their land if you're getting rid of a coyote.
What's coyote?
Coyote, it's like a fox, kind of like a fox. Yeah.
Oh, this one is the
Texas is native name of Tejas, the original name. Nice to meet you. Time to wonder and say hi to the next broadcast. Okay, well, thank you, Warrior Grandma. Appreciate it. Drop in anytime. Yeah, Texas. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's what so many people in the world and even Americans don't realize is how many of the place names are the the Native American names. You know, I mean, Iowa is a Native American name, and Iowa has 99 counties, and I think 80% of those or more are the names of the counties are the Native American words, names. Yeah, the Iowa Indians, Tama, Tama, small town in Iowa. The Tama Indians. Sorry, I guess I grew up referring to them as Indians. I mean, Native Americans, like I say, you know, they are the Americans that were there before the Johnny Come Latelys wandered across the pond. And again, I'm no kind of an expert at all. I mean, it seems like the Native Americans had a very different concept of ownership. I mean, especially of land, but of property in general. Their idea of ownership was different than the Europeans. Right now, they're trying to pass a law that we can carry guns openly without a permit needed. Yeah. Um, yeah. I mean, I live in Japan where basically um, only criminals own guns. The cops and the criminals.
Sometimes cup there is no gun. Just
Yeah, I mean,
only
generally cops walk around without a gun.
just only the what's this it's long what we call that
Mm,
like the stick
mm.
or what we call that.
Baton, mm,
So that's the one they are only.
nightstick, whatever you want to call it.
But they are good in self defense.
Yeah. Um, I mean, I grew up. My father, I mean, it's Iowa, so it's not like the big city, with a lot of the tensions of overcrowding and the impoverished sections of the city and so on. Um, Not a large minority population in Iowa. Um, but my father grew up rural Iowa with guns, um, for hunting. And my father was, grew up during the Depression. He was young during the Depression and so on, and hunting and things like that were a way to. Texas would be all cowboys, yeah. But hunting was always a way to supplement the income, or supplement the offerings in the pantry. I mean, either food or income. Um, so that's the way I grew up. My father had shotguns, rifles. I even had a little, um, what was it, a little 10 gauge shotgun, and my first gun was a little 22 caliber single shot rifle. Nice little gun. Joe's trying to make America that way. Criminals will have all the guns. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Because you went away. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's tough because America is now so far down the path of citizens owning guns that I don't see how you can come back from that. But so I'm not sure that I'm for trying to criminalize guns and get the guns out of people's hands and so on. Uh, but I'll tell you quite honestly, I feel very good about living in a country where where there aren't guns. The only people that have guns, like I said, are the police, the military, or the criminals. And the criminals basically don't mess with your average citizen. They use their guns against other criminals. You just it's pretty easy to deal with in a lot of ways.
There is no bank robbery here.
Yeah,
there is no thief. There is no snatcher.
I mean, the whole culture is very, very different. So it's comparing apples and oranges. I mean, here in, I mean, even in Tokyo, one of the largest cities in the world, but for example, in Tokyo, we've had people, that, for their YouTube channel, they'll like take a wallet and lay it on the sidewalk, or drop it on the sidewalk and walk away and notice, when nobody's around, and then, observe that, set up a camera to observe what people do, and people will not, I mean, if they pick up the wallet, they will take it to the local police box, the little, the little koban, little police box. Nobody puts it in their pocket. I mean, just nobody does that. You see a backpack, on this, on the side of the street or something like that. Again, nobody is going to take it. Nobody is going to ransack it and see what they can find inside that they might want. Um, yeah, that's just not part of their culture. Yeah, socialist, communist country in a third world country. Yeah. Um, well, I mean, yeah.
So that I heard some news that there is some picture that Batang
Mm,
have they want bring to inside the prison because it's free of
mm,
everything.
yeah. Yeah, here even the prison systems, are. I mean, nobody wants to go to prison, of course, except maybe, like the elderly here in Japan, because they know that the prison system is, uh, relatively at least, not corrupt. There's not a lot of prison violence and so on. So you end up going to prison, you get three squares and a place to sleep, kind of a deal, So if you're elderly and you didn't put away enough savings to take care of yourself very well, and when you're old and retired, well, there are cases where elderly people are committing crimes in order to get sent to jail. That's their whole objective, is to go to jail. Because, like I said, it's nonviolent. People are treated with respect. Yeah. But communists, I mean, communist socialists. I mean, there are no pure democratic countries. There's no pure uh, capitalist countries in the world. America is not a pure capitalist country. I mean, if it were, then there wouldn't be uh, Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security. I mean, those are socialist programs. So there's no purity. It's not a pure democracy. It's a republic. Um, Biden is wasting so much money to break and will not tax companies that will send their jobs to Ukraine, Russia, and China. Yeah, um, yeah, it's tough. Um, you want a tax structure, a corporate tax structure, to get to keep the companies within your own borders. But if you sacrifice so much that then those companies are not contributing through taxes and so on, then what's the point of having them within your borders? Because okay, um, yeah, I mean, when you're talking about the big companies, they're all multinational anyway. So basically, I mean, yeah, you can talk about where their headquarters are. You can talk about where their manufacturing facilities are, if they're a manufacturing type company, and so on. Um, I mean, for example, Apple. I like Macintoshes and iPhones and stuff like that. Welcome to the USA of China. Yeah, I mean, Apple's an American success story, right? A couple of guys in the garage crank out, the first real personal computers and turn it into a multinational billion-dollar business. And yet, all our Apple products are made in China, right? So is it an American company? Like I said, it's a multinational. It's a multinational. Um, now, the problem is we've allowed lawyers to have too much control because they use the technical language of the law. So it's lawyers that are writing the laws, and then it's lawyers that are manipulating the laws and finding the loopholes in the laws to benefit whoever's paying them the most money, right? Um, yeah, lawyers. I don't know what it is now, but I remember a statistic about lawyers when I came to Japan. So 33 years ago, 35 years ago, when I came to Japan, there were more lawyers. There were more, lawyers that had passed about, more practicing lawyers in New York City than in the whole country of Japan. And I think the number of lawyers has increased in Japan for various reasons, but I mean so New York City, not New York State, not the East Coast or something, but within New York City itself, there were more practicing lawyers than in the entire country of Japan. My best friend from my high school days, junior high, high school, up through college until I actually came to Japan. My best friend he was a lawyer, studied law, became a lawyer. He went on to become a judge now, so he's a judge in Iowa somewhere. And I mean, I know him, and I'd be willing to bet he is not corrupt. He was, yeah, that's right. He got to start as a district attorney, or I mean, working in the district attorney's office, as a low-level lawyer. He got up to become the assistant DA or an assistant DA. I'm not sure if there are many of those. I think there are. Mm. Then he decided to become, he wanted to be a judge. And I know him. I mean, I know him really darn well. He's a pretty decent guy.
Do you need more? Oh, the last. Wait.
The Democrats uh, does not want capitalism in America and make nothing in America, but USA to buy everything from China is made. Mm. Yeah, yeah, I don't know. I don't know enough about it to make a blanket statement like that, or to agree or disagree with a statement like that. I mean, I used to, when I was in America, I identified as a Democrat. But then again, 35 years ago, that was a different political climate. It meant something different, I think, to be a Democrat than. Yeah. Capitalism, I mean, I think that capitalism is part of a good idea, but not the entire answer. If you let capitalism run wild, um, I mean, if without government regulation to to control it, and if you're talking about government regulation of business, you're talking about that form of control. Not letting capitalism run its own course. That's a type of socialist um, involvement. So they're bringing in thousands of illegal immigrants a day to support their socialist communists.
Oh, that's not
Yeah, I don't know.
good. That's bad.
Yeah. Um, Bringing in, I mean, yeah, they're allowing them in. Yeah, they are allowing them in, bringing them in. I wouldn't phrase it that way, but they are allowing in a large number of immigrants. Um, but then again, I mean, if you're living in an impoverished country and you have, you know, some way to get to the promised land, to get to America and the chance for a better life, then why wouldn't you? And so I can't really fault the immigrants. Um, then again, once they're, once you have, if you got a guest standing at your door, and I mean, not the guy from across the street, but the guy from halfway around the world. So you didn't invite him, but you know, somebody who says that they would like to be your guest. They would and they've come halfway around the world. Um, I mean in the Arab world, there's a custom that if a guest comes to your home, uh, you invite them in without question, and they until they have stayed with you for 3 days, you can't even ask them why that they're there. It's just like a guest comes, you take them in. I mean, I'm not saying that America should do that, but I'm just saying it's not like it's so black and white. America is America, and yet in some ways it's kind of a multinational, multicultural country, a multinational country. That doesn't make sense, but yeah, I don't know. Did you know that Biden had two brain operations already? I mean, um, no, I didn't know that. Um, I mean, there are brain operations and there are brain operations, and I mean, yeah, obviously, no brain operation is a nothing thing, But yeah, I don't know. Just the fact that I heard if that he had two brain operations doesn't give me a lot of information. You know, yeah, I don't know. But I mean, again, I'm no staunch Biden supporter. Um, I mean, I don't know if Biden. I mean, watching from outside here, but I mean, I believe that he actually legitimately won the election. I tend to take that side of it, but did I want to see Biden as president? Well, I mean, I don't know. I didn't. I never liked Trump. I mean, part of that is just the man as a person. I never really cared for him. But and again, I'm living outside the United States, so um, I'm looking at it almost as a foreigner more than an American. So that really doesn't carry much weight. The fact that I didn't care for Trump. I mean, he didn't. get me a job or lose me a job or anything, So, yeah, I don't know. Under Trump, they would ask to come to America. Now Joe said everyone to come, even the ones that want to destroy America. I, yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, I think that's overstating it, and I try to be careful of overstating something, um, because when you overstate something, if something is 100% and you go 120%, um, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I haven't read all his statements. I haven't read, about all his policy decisions and so on. I mean, I do know that um, people in, for example, Central America, um, and the Caribbean and so on, now believe that America is more open to immigrants than it was under Trump. Now that's those people's idea of what is, and it's probably true. It's probably true. But I think the biggest change is in the people's perception of America's policy toward foreigners. Um, so now there's this huge flood. It's like, yeah. So maybe in that way, Trump was doing a good thing. Just being intimidating enough to dissuade more people from coming and trying to get in. Whereas with Biden, he doesn't have the same image, and so people feel that, oh, okay, now I didn't have a chance before, but maybe now I've got a chance, and so they'll go ahead and give it a try. Now that I would agree to admit to, but I don't. I haven't read anything that would make me say, everyone come, and even the ones that want to destroy America are well. I know I haven't read anything like that. Um, doesn't mean he didn't say it. That doesn't mean that's not his agenda. But I just haven't heard that. Yeah, Trump was building America up. I mean, under Trump, America was becoming more isolationist, and maybe that's a good thing. I mean, America should, speaking as an American, America should keep their goddamn nose out of other people's business. Um, I mean, what one thing that bothers me about America is, yeah, the America. I mean, I see America as just another country. I mean, it's militarily, you know, at the top, economically, pretty damn strong. I mean, they're at the top. But morally, I don't think so. I mean, I don't think America is a more moral country. And yet, because of their military and economic powers, they want to be the moral judge over other places in the world to the extent that I don't really agree with. Um, I mean, they're part of things, some world organizations, United Nations and so on. And yet, of course, they and other countries like China and Russia, reserve the right to veto anything that they don't like, right? I mean, yeah, that doesn't quite sit right with me. Mm. When they wanted to impeach Trump for Ukraine, and it was Biden that did the crime. Mm. Um, Biden in Ukraine, that was the son, right? And I don't. I mean, I'm not saying that Biden, the father, didn't know about what was going on. I mean, he's a father; he probably had some idea. But then again, you know, I did a lot of things while living under my father's roof that my father didn't know about. Um, so I don't know. I mean, Biden, as in Joe Biden and Ukraine, I don't know. Um, and a certain amount of that, how much of that is, a father protecting his son and so on. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It's, I mean, yeah. I mean, yeah. Let's see. The thing that bothers me is the. It seems to me that a larger, and I'm not saying
You want more meat?
no. It seems to me that a larger portion of people that are bigoted, prejudiced against minorities, that have this rather restrictive ways of thinking, the larger portion of those identify with the Republican Party. Now, that doesn't mean that the Republican Party, uh, endorses those values, but the people that do endorse those values tend to side with the Republican Party, and I guess I have an issue with that. I mean, again, being an American, being a white man living in Asia for more than half of my life, I just assume not have race be an issue, um, neither to my benefit nor to my detriment. I mean, and I've seen both happen, and I don't like it. It's like, hey, I'm just another person. I mean, I know that there are so many people in the world. Yes, they were paying Joe and hundred thousands of dollars for Biden to sell out America. Now, Hunter, I heard about. Joe, I don't know. I don't know. Again, I'm not on top of all this because it's like, yeah, um, America. There's, I mean, quite honestly, I'm not ever going to live in America again. Not because I can't, but because I choose not to. I really like it in Japan. I really do. We have a nationalized health insurance system, socialist, right? It works for me. It really does work for me. I go into the doctor and I know that whatever the bill is, I mean, except for elective surgery, if I go in there, I want to get my nose done or something like that, or I want a tummy tuck or whatever, that's, I'm going to pay the full price for that. That makes sense, but for, you know, um, healthcare things, basically I know that I'm only going to pay 30% of the total, that the national health insurance is going to pay, the majority is going to pay the 70% of that, right? And people that need more financial assistance, it's, 80/20. Um, I like that I am on top of all this since John F. Kennedy. Mm. Kennedy, yeah. Yeah. Um, yeah, I remember when Kennedy was shot. I remember that. I was what, 3 years old. I remember it. I remember the parades, televised parades. The procession. Um, yeah, I remember all that. I think that's when. I think that was the turning point. You know, I mean, obviously he wasn't the first president to be assassinated, but that was a special circumstance. Um, and Johnson, my God, yeah, good Texan, right? Johnson. But I think Johnson, I put the responsibility for the Vietnam kerfluffle squarely on Johnson's shoulders. I mean, not that he's the one that orchestrated everything and so on, but he's the one that enabled that escalation to happen. And I think that that's why Kennedy is dead, because he wasn't going to. And I mean, Tricky Dick, had, I mean, he wasn't, an idiot. He was I mean, he was just insecure, paranoid. Um, he wasn't an idiot. He was delusional to a certain extent. He was the one that got us out of Vietnam, though. And so I mean, in America, I think that Nixon made a lot of mistakes, a lot of problems with Nixon within the country. Um, but yeah, I mean, yeah, if you want to blame China on somebody, maybe it's on Nixon, because um, Nixon is the one to open up the negotiations with China. Um, yeah, so yeah, you want to blame uh, China's problems on a president somewhere along the line. You'd probably start with Nixon. I don't know. Did you know that Hillary Clinton was the main vector to impeach Nixon? No, I didn't know that. Huh. I didn't know she was that active then. Yeah. I guess it shouldn't be too surprising, but no, I didn't know that. Didn't know that. Um, should Nixon have been impeached? Oh, I think absolutely. I mean, he broke the law. Again, it's he it was his personality deficits that were the problem there. He was insecure. He wanted to make sure that he maintained power and so on. It was Carter that took us out of Vietnam. Really? I thought Carter was 76. We were out of Vietnam in 74. Maybe it was Carter when the last boot was out of off the ground in Vietnam, but the groundwork for getting the troops out, I would argue, was conducted by Nixon. It's just like what was it, the hostages that were held, and during Carter's administration, he was working and working to get them out of there, and then they held on to the hostages until after Reagan's inauguration, and then they released them as just kind of a fuck you to Jimmy Carter. So I mean, but he's the one that did all the negotiations. It was him, but they were just going to take that away from him, and that's the way I remember it anyway. Um, it wasn't Carter elected in 76? Not 72. 72 was Nixon again, right? 76. And in 76, we were already out of Vietnam because I was 16 years old in 76. And and I remember, when I 9 years old, watching the lottery on television, drawing to see, what the draft numbers were going to be and so on. I mean, it wasn't my turn, obviously, I was 9 years old yet, but I remember that, and I remember, yeah, and, is getting close to high school and thinking about, geez, after high school, if this war's still going on, I'm going to have to go. And then, yeah, it was before I got to high school that the Vietnam War had ended. Like I said, I'm not sure exactly when the last troops are pulled out, but the groundwork to end it, to get us out of there, I'm pretty sure, you know, short of Googling and getting the actual dates and information and so on, I'm pretty sure that it was Nixon that laid the groundwork for that to happen. Um, yeah, of course, it was also, um, yeah, I mean, Nixon. It's also Nixon, during, which is coming up, right? Um, uh, Vietnam time veteran. Okay, yeah, but so right. So if you're a Vietnam time veteran, then yeah, before '76, the troops are out of Vietnam, right? Or at least they were well underway. I thought it was like in '74 that shot of the overloaded helicopter trying to take off, and so you're a veteran, so you obviously remember better than I do, I'm sure. I was only been, 13, 14, 15 years old at that time. Um, I'm curious now. Vietnam War. This says November 1st, 1955 to April 30th, 1975. Okay, so 1975. Um, and Jimmy Carter was the 39th president of the United States from 1977 to 1981. So again, if we believe Google, right? If we believe Google, then yeah, we were out of Vietnam before Jimmy was even elected, right? LBJ, Lyndon B. Johnson. Yeah, yeah, LBJ. I'm sorry, I don't understand. Yeah, like I said, I blame the I put the bulk of the responsibility for the Vietnam mess on LBJ's shoulders. Um, and I think that it's I think that Kennedy was assassinated because he wasn't going to escalate the war. He recognized it as the idiocy that it was, and Johnson was willing to play ball with um, the people of of money in the industrial military complex to escalate the war for their profits. And I think that's why the Vietnam War turned into the mess that it was. I blame LBJ. But like I said, yeah, I mean, yeah, Nixon and Nixon had a lot of problems, but his foreign diplomacy was not his real weakness. I don't think. Like I said, I mean, it was his insecurity, his paranoia, his need for power, those things. Um, but still, I think that yeah, he did some decent things in foreign policy, maybe. LBJ, that guy. Um, yeah, I'm sorry. I just don't have much respect for LBJ. LBJ took the IRT down to 4th Street, USA. When he got there, what did he see? The youth of America on LSD. That's a little ditty from Hair. You probably know better than I do. Yeah, yeah, LBJ. I consider one of the low points of in the American presidency. Mm. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, as I look at the presidents, I generally have a better feeling about the Democratic Party presidents than the Republicans. I mean, although LBJ Democrat, and Nixon Republican, I've said basically the opposite on those two. But yeah, I mean Nixon, like I said, Nixon had his foreign policy successes, but his domestic policy and just his personal life and his I mean just all the things I said before were just so bad, um, that I've got a very negative attitude about him. Um, Jimmy Carter, Democrat, think pretty highly of Jimmy Carter, both as a president and afterwards. The reason the thing with the Nixon was contraction with Jimmy Hoffa and the underworld. Yeah, yeah. Again, but then that's because that's where Nixon knew that he could get more leverage, more power. Um, that's what he was all about. Um, it doesn't mean that everything he did was wrong. But again, the way he went about things, and yeah, there a lot of problems, a lot of problems. Um, Jimmy Carter. Jimmy Carter was portrayed as a weak president. I don't think so. I mean, he had a different style, not necessarily weak, but more open to compromise, which is not necessarily a bad thing. Um, but yeah, I mean, I find Jimmy Carter as a person a really good person. You know, I don't know now. I think he's been diagnosed with cancer. I'm not sure, but until recently, until at least a couple of years ago, he was out, you know, out with a hammer and helping to build houses for uh, the homeless, or the low income families and so on. I mean, the guy, yeah, it was Onassis that murdered Kennedy and Robert Kennedy. It was Onassis. Yeah, I mean, I feel that. I mean, call me a conspiracy theorist. I don't even take that as an insult anymore, because they've demonstrated so many conspiracy theories to be factual that but I mean, I think that there was a significant conspiracy in the death of the Kennedys, both JFK and Robert. Um, Not to say that either one of them were perfect individuals, but I think that either one of them, both of them, um, had agendas that didn't mesh with certain moneyed peoples of power and influence, and that's why, um, yeah, Onassis definitely fits that, right? A person of money and power and so on and influence. Um, was it him? Was he the mastermind? I don't think so. Could be, I mean, I think there were a lot more sinister goings on. And again, I think that the major players in that conspiracy were the major pegs in the major gears in the military industrial complex that stood to gain so much from the escalation of the Vietnam War. I mean, basically, America loves war because the rich get richer and the poor go out and get killed, right? It ain't me. It ain't me. I ain't no senator's son. I ain't no fortunate one. This was the uncle of Joe DiMaggio, the husband of Marilyn Monroe that gave the money to the Kennedys. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're not, you know, I mean, I don't mean to dissuade you from the idea that he was involved. Just, I mean, I am not at the point of believing that Onassis was the major mover, the major policy uh, maker in the one that actually gave the go ahead for the assassination to take place. I mean, I know, like I said, definitely, a moneyed person of influence and so on. Um, but I just have a sneaking suspicion that there are names that we don't even know that are probably more directly to blame for these things than these common household names. I mean, if they're that powerful, they don't need to let anybody know who they are. We've never heard of them. Yeah, yeah. Marilyn was the mistress. Yeah, I get so mistress. I mean, yeah, men in powerful positions tend to take advantage of that, and women oftentimes enjoy being the object of desire of those type of powerful men, right? So I'm sure it wasn't a completely, it wasn't a one-way street. It wasn't a um, you know and yeah, people do, yeah. And that's, I mean, that's kind of an American prudishness that I don't necessarily agree with. I mean, so a guy messes around. I mean, Clinton and the Monica, what's her name, Lewinsky, is that her name? Don't care. What did it have to do? So the only reason that matters is if somebody used that to blackmail him and caused him to make policy decisions that are not in the best interest of the country. Other than that, as far as his personal, what he did with who, that's between him and the missus, and only between them, as far as I'm concerned. Right? I don't really care. Yeah, Jacqueline, not Carolyn, Jacqueline. Yeah, Jackie, Jackie Onassis, right? Jackie Kennedy married Onassis, right? JFK's widow married Onassis. One big happy family. Yeah. Um, yeah. The sex things. The adultery. The this, that, and the other thing. Just to me, I don't think it's to me it's just not even an issue. I mean, I guess maybe I'm looking at it 60 years 60 years later on, and cultural attitudes have changed a lot. So obviously it was a bigger deal then. um, People were more prudish back then. um, but I mean, you look at other countries. Where was it? Italy, where some former porn star uh, was elected to, like, the Congress or House of Representatives or whatever. Um, you know, the Europeans basically kind of laugh at American prudishness. It's like, hey, politics is politics, and how you and your wife deal with your bedroom issues is something separate, and that's what I agree with. Separate your work life and your private life, even if you're president. Maybe especially if you're president. Now, I mean, Clinton was. I mean, how much of that was a man, you know, coercing or using untoward influence against a young naive girl in order to get sexual favors. I mean, and if that's the case, that yeah, I mean, that's bad. um not not because necessarily just because he's the president, but yeah, anybody, any man, uh I mean, a teacher at a high school or university that you know says, hey, you want an A, all right, well, do this, that, and the other thing, and you can get an A. you know just as inappropriate as a politician who says, oh, because of my position you need to do this or else. I mean, it's the same wrong. Basically, it's the same wrong. But if it was consensual, and I think in Marilyn Monroe's case and the Kennedys and so on, I mean, I would guess that was probably consensual. I mean, I don't know her, I don't know the Kennedys, but I mean, just you know, from historical readings, that's the admittedly uneducated guess that I would make, is that it was probably consensual. Uh, Lewinsky, I don't know. She was a lot younger. I don't know. I mean, the thing about that whole incident is it made me really question how smart Clinton is. I mean, how stupid can you be? I don't know. It seemed to me, yeah, stupid. Yes, Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton and Biden Obama were the main investors in the Pleasure Island, the pedophile, and had them all over the child ranches. Pleasure Island? What, Epstein? Um, I mean, yeah, he was caught with Monica in the White House. Yeah. Again, I don't care. I don't care that he was caught with Monica in the White House. His wife would probably care, maybe, I don't know. Um, but again, if it was consensual, who cares? Now the pedophile thing, I mean, that's a whole different ball game there, right? I mean, we're not talking about consensual, right? Um, and I don't, I don't know enough to say what you just said, that Clinton, Bill, Hillary, Biden, and Obama were the main investors. I have not heard that. I mean, not from any reliable source. Um, I mean, maybe that kind of information can't come from a reliable source. It gets squashed and so on, which is likely the case. But um, be that as it may, I mean, the fact that the sources are not open and above board just admits the potential for abuse of spreading that kind of information or disinformation, as it may be. I mean, I don't know. And like I said, I haven't seen any documentation or heard any testimony to make me believe what you just said about the Clintons and Obamas and the Bidens and so on. It doesn't mean that it's not true. It's just I haven't heard any compelling evidence of any type to make me willing to repeat that. Doesn't mean it's not true. Very well could be. Who knows? Um, wow. So you went to Vietnam, did you? So you're older than I thought. Like I said, I was what, 15 years old when the last troops were withdrawn from Vietnam. So you must be at least three, probably 4 or 5 years older than I am. I'm 61, so you must be 65. Yeah. I have a lot of information about this. They were the ones today want America to allow little girls 10 years and old to go topless. Yeah, okay. You have a lot of information about this. Yeah, and I'm not just saying this, statements like that about anyone, and be they good or bad. I mean, to me, it's just unsubstantiated rumors until somebody goes on record. Um, and I know there are all kinds of reasons why somebody wouldn't go on record, because of danger to themselves and their loved ones, being pretty high on the list, right? But again, without somebody going on the record, without corroborated testimony or something, it's just hearsay. And hearsay can go both ways, and hearsay is just another way that that disinformation is spread. And disinformation can be very damaging. Like I said, it's not that I'm not saying that it's not true. I'm saying that I have no evidence. I mean, I have no idea what your sources are. They're already passed the law in one state, Nevada, to go topless. Um, I mean, yeah, Yeah, I mean, but that's I, like I said, I used to identify with Democrats. Now I don't know because it seems that Democrats have changed, over the past 30 years or so. Um, but I mean, it seems that Democrats are the driving force between all this political correctness, and recognizing gender ambiguity or whatever that is. I don't even know. Um, be careful about what kind of pronouns you use when you refer to somebody and so on. So, I mean, this toplessness, 10-year-old girls allowed to go topless. I mean, to a certain extent, I mean, I tend to feel that, I mean, in the same way, I look at that in the same way that we look at uh, the Muslim community and their insistence, that the women wear the hijab, the whole head covering, face covering, and so on, right? Um, it's like, oh, if they show their face, if they, if a male sees a female ankle, that they'll be compelled to sexually assault them. And we say no. I mean, well, we got the young girls, women, attractive women that go to the beach wearing bikinis, and they aren't assaulted left and right. Actually, they are assaulted quite often. I mean, we hear about that all the time, but it's not like just happens all the time. But it's the same thing. I mean, toplessness or even nudity for that matter. But I mean, toplessness. What I mean, people are afraid that that men aren't going to be able to control themselves if a little 10-year-old girl is walking around topless. There's something wrong with those people that can't control themselves. I mean, okay, so yeah, there's a lot of pedophiles in America, so get rid of them. The problem is with them, not with a 10-year-old girl walking around topless. I mean, that's a cultural attitude that I think is necessarily wrong. They're not on record, but the Democrats hides it. But if you say anything, they will hang you. Um, yeah, I don't know. But like I said, yeah, it's. I mean, little boys can run around. I mean, isn't that what they're arguing for? Is sexual equality? Prepubescent youth. Um, a girl, 10 years old who hasn't developed her body hasn't developed yet. She's prepubescent. What's the harm in her walking around topless? I mean, I really wonder what the harm is. Like I said, is it that is it just that American men are just such primitive sexual animals that if they see a 10-year-old girl walking around topless, that they're going to assault her? I mean, whoa, that's pretty sad idea right there. And if it's not the case, if it's not that they're worried about the girl being attacked, then what is their issue with a prepubescent girl walking around topless? I just don't get it.
No, in the Philippines, there's some 2 years old rape.
Yeah.
That's really ridiculous.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, there are sick people, you know. But again, if we carry that to the extreme, we'll end up with the Shia law, the Muslim law, where women have to keep their face and heads covered and wear these, full length, formless, full body coverings, in order to hide their sexuality, so that men aren't tempted, and so on. I mean, I don't think I want to go that way. I mean, I think what we need to do is get rid of the sex offenders, uh, instead of trying to get rid of the temptations. Because people are so weird. I mean, people are so varied. You don't know what's going to be the guy, the guy sitting next to you, you don't know what's going to be his trigger. What, I mean, does he have a foot fetish? Does he have an eyeglasses fetish or whatever? I mean, who knows what's going to turn them on? I don't know. We're no longer allowed to pray or pledge allegiance to the American flag. That's not quite true. You are allowed to pray. You're allowed to pray in school. But a teacher cannot lead the class in prayer because, again, that's an authoritarian figure. Using authority in order to basically coerce, you know, people, lower, to carry out some act, right? The government's trying to get rid of our constitutional rights and freedoms. I don't know. I mean, yeah, I see where the ideas of yours are coming from, but it seems like you're overstating. Again, It seems like the facts are 100% and you're giving 120%. Is the way I feel. It's not that, what you're saying. The conversation we're having, it's not, just based on nothing. That it's just totally, balderdash, not true. But yet it seems that I feel that you're extending your statements beyond what the facts are supporting. You're going beyond what is really there. Like I said, you can pray. Sure, you can pray. Um, like I said, you can't be a person in authority and require people under you to pray, right? And so teachers can't lead prayers in school. The Pledge of Allegiance, I don't know about that. That one I'm not up on. Pledge of Allegiance. Now, I mean, actually, I'm kind of weird about the Pledge of Allegiance because I dislike the Pledge of Allegiance for a strange reason, and I'll explain. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. I don't want to pledge allegiance to a piece of cloth. I know it's a symbol, right? But to me, that's like idolatry. I mean, it starts out, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the Republic. It's almost like, the Republic itself, the nation itself is an afterthought. That comes later. The first thing out of your mouth in the Pledge of Allegiance is, I pledge allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to this symbol. I am an idolater. My allegiance is to this red, white, and blue piece of cloth that is a symbol of. So I mean, I'm not for disrespecting the flag, but I'm not for pledging my allegiance to it. Pledging my allegiance to the group of people that identify themselves as Americans, is one thing, but to the flag, I've never liked that. I mean, from the time I can first recall reciting that, at first it was just rote, and then I started thinking about what I'm saying. I pledge allegiance to the flag. Oh, wait a minute. I'm pledging allegiance to that flag? That just doesn't make sense to me. But again, sorry about that little rant, but that's just something that never sat right with me. I pledge allegiance to the Republic of the United States of America. Why didn't they just do that? Would have been much, much better, I think. And I pledge allegiance to America, to the Republic of America, and its flag, the symbol of that republic or something. Remember that I live in America, and you will soon see what I'm saying. Yeah, you live in America. Yeah, yeah, yep. I mean, it's I'm not. See what you're saying. What you're saying is we are no longer allowed to pray. Now that's a present tense statement. That you're saying that right now, not that that's what's going to happen. You stated that as a present condition, and that's what I'm arguing. I'm not saying that that they aren't going to change it so that people aren't allowed to pray. I don't know. That could be, but I don't think it is currently the situation that people are not allowed to pray. I don't think it's the situation that you're not allowed to pledge allegiance to the American flag. Um, I don't know. The reason they don't want it is for one nation under God. Yeah, well, again, I mean, I'm not one to try and take anyone's religion away from them. Um, but I'm also not one to do anything that would be interpreted as being as coercing someone to believe in a God. Um, so why even have that in there? I mean, it's not really necessary. I mean, we're not. I America, I always thought was a secular state. I mean, I know that there were religious people that were the founding fathers, but the separation of church and state was the thing. I mean, I don't think we want to be another Saudi Arabia, that's governed by Shia law or governed by biblical law. Even I mean, I wouldn't want to live in that country. Of course, that's just me. Um, and I think that there are, clearly there are a lot of Americans that would like to live in a country that was governed by biblical law. But that's not the way the country was put together, I don't think. I mean, that's not, you know, um, I mean, the separation of church and state is a thing that the founding fathers, as Christian, as religious or whatever their religious personal religious beliefs and stance was, they put that in there. Um, And so, yeah, actually, the one nation under God doesn't really fit. Again, I don't want to take away anybody's right to believe in whatever religion they care to believe in, as long as that belief and as long as they are following their religion doesn't infringe on my own rights. If your religion is that you have the right to kill anybody that doesn't believe in the same interpretation of the Bible that you do, well, that's I'm not going to support that, because you're taking away other people's right to life, right? But like I said, if you're not infringing on other people's rights, then yeah, who am I to squawk? Um, but again, making the let's see. Remember, it's the Ten Commandments, the base of our constitutional rights. The Ten Commandments. What? Because the Ten Commandments were written historically before the Bill of Rights, or is it the number 10 that you're talking about? Oh, our constitutional rights. Okay, not the Bill of Rights, the constitutional rights. The 10. I mean, our constitutional rights. Uh, I don't remember in the Constitution where it says you have the right not to have your wife coveted by your neighbor. Or I mean, I mean, uh, you know, um, I don't remember, that. The. I don't know. I mean, I don't see that directly. I mean, to the extent that it's a list of rules in order to get people to stop fucking each other over, to stop being bad to each other, as some kind of an organization in order to maintain peace among the population. In that case, like again I said, the Ten Commandments historically predates the American Constitution. So in that way, yeah. But I mean, as far as the wording, the ideas in there, um, there's overlap. But I mean, humans wrote both of them, so yeah, sure, there's overlap. I don't see it. Our constitutional freedom is based on the Bible. Don't see that either. I mean, yeah, I don't see that. Common sense, right? Common sense. Um, the Constitution is based on the Bible. The Bible is not. Wait. Are you saying the Bible is just common sense? I mean, it almost seems to be to me. Thou shalt not kill. I mean, yeah. I mean, basically, it's the golden rule. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Right? You don't want to be killed, so don't kill anybody else. You don't want them to steal your stuff, so don't steal their stuff. I mean, it's really one law. Do unto others as you would have others do unto you, which requires empathy. You have to be able to empathize with other people in order to be able to judge what they would or would not want to do, want to have happen to them. Um, but I mean, I don't think that most Christians would say that the Bible is just, somebody wrote down a bunch of commonsensical things and called it a holy book, right? Um, I mean, yeah, it's all about trying to find easily understandable and enforceable rules for people to live by. uh, be that in a religious context as the Ten Commandments and um, the what is it, the Hammurabic law, whatever. I don't know. I'm not a Jewish scholar. um, or the Shia law, followed by the Muslims. I mean, if you look at it, Muslims and Christians um, are pretty darn close in their thinking historically. I mean, if you go back, 500 years, 800 years, or whatever, the way Christians looked at things was pretty much the way the Muslims do now. Women were basically second class citizens, were not supposed to be in positions of authority. The wife was, women were seen and not, or, seen and not heard type of thing, and not even seen really. I mean, they're in the kitchen and the bedroom kind of deal. I mean, very, very male centric. Um, which is what you see in the in Islam today. It's very male centric. Yes, the Bible truth is of the humanity law, the Bible, and the Constitution of the USA. Yeah. Okay. I mean, you see it, and I just don't. I mean, to me, they're separate. I mean, the connection is, like I said, human. I mean, um, but I don't see the American Constitution as being derived from the teachings of the Bible. I mean, it's yeah, it's more like common sense. It's more like empathy for your fellow human. It's more like trying to figure out a practical way for a large group of people to function as a unit with mutual respect and not damaging each other. Um, you say that stems from the Bible. Yeah, it stems from being a person because it's not unique to the Bible culture. Uh, I mean, Asian cultures, African cultures, South American cultures had had legal systems and so on. Um, I mean, there were monarchies in the same way, in Christianity, there were still kings, and so on. Monarchs who ruled, so Christianity doesn't eliminate uh, despotism. You still have monarchs, that come into a position of power and abuse it and so on. So I mean, it's interesting that the Bible, written 2,000 years ago, then skipped until America came around to actually come to fruition. I don't know. I don't know. So in 1970, Iran was like USA until the Islamic took over. Yeah, yeah. I've seen pictures of that. Yeah, young women. I mean, they had convertible cars. They had women wearing mini skirts and bouffant hairdos and all that stuff. And yeah, and then but like I think there are segments of the Christian community that would almost see that as like, I mean, yeah, that's what America should do. These people should not be so morally loose, and I mean, women should dress conservatively, and basically women should not be working outside the home, and but yeah, I mean, I don't know, because I also feel that a lot of the problems in the world have come about because of the weakening of the nuclear family. The fact that women, while they're becoming equal, are being recognized, not becoming equal, they always have been equal, but as they are becoming recognized as equal to men, um, that has caused a large number of them to choose to work outside the home, and so therefore the nuclear family, the amount of time that the women are spending caring for the home and the family and so on, has greatly reduced, and so we see a lot more juvenile delinquency. We see a lot more problems because of that. Um, Again, that could be remedied not by putting women back in the homes, but by recognizing that men uh, can, should, I don't know, take equal responsibility for child raising. Now Islamic men are racist, prejudiced, haters by now. I don't know how much interaction you have with Islamic people, and I mean, mine has been limited. I mean, as I said before, Japan is not strictly anti-religious. They're more a-religious. I mean, they just, religion is not a thing. I mean, they like ceremonies, so and they find, Western wedding ceremonies as, pretty highfalutin uh, uh, events and so on. So, that you see them copy them. But again, it's going through the motions. Even they have a minister or a priest stand at the front. It doesn't even matter if the person is an actual priest. I have a friend who's an English teacher, um, who's an atheist, who conducts wedding ceremonies because he's a white man, and that's all the Japanese want. They just want the looks, right? So religion is not part of it, and yet Japan is a peaceful country. I mean, in any part of Tokyo, at any time of day or night, I could walk alone, unafraid. I could go back to Iowa, and Iowa doesn't have huge cities. I mean, I think the capital, Des Moines, is less than 500,000, 400,000 or something like that, maybe smaller. But there are parts of town that even in the daytime, I wouldn't feel comfortable walking through by myself. Um, and here I am, obviously a minority in Japan. But they're nonviolent, they're non-confrontational, and they're non-religious. So it's not religion that makes people good people. I mean, I see a lot. I live surrounded by a lot of good people that are not religious at all. Religion is not what makes people good. Not what makes them behave in a good way. That I can say. I mean, it's anecdotal. I mean, it's just from what I have observed, but this is observation that spans 61 years, my 28 years in America and my 33 years in Japan. And based on that comparison, I would rather be around a bunch of non-religious people like the Japanese. I feel safer around them than I do around my own countrymen. I still have an American passport, and I feel safer over here. The way the Christian live. Yeah. If just a few, just a little bit larger portion of people who claim to be Christian would actually live a Christian life, that would be a lot stronger argument in my mind. But like I said, Japanese are not Christian. I mean, it's not that there are none, but they are such a small minority. Um, but the Japanese people live, I would say, a more Christian life. They basically don't steal. They don't, you know, uh, engage in shouting matches or in physical conflicts. Basically, I mean, they avoid conflict. Um, they're supportive of each other, and even supportive of foreigners like me. Hmm?
Avoid confrontation.
Yeah, avoid confrontation. The major thing. So living the way Christians live. I mean, yeah, come to Japan and live among the non-Christians to find out how what the Christian life is. A Christian life, I don't see it as being judgmental. It's not that no Japanese. It's not that no Japanese. I mean, 125 million of any people. You can't make a blanket statement that's going to apply to every single individual. But I mean, we're talking about, the huge majority of the population. Yeah, I can say what I've said with some confidence. Um,
But still, there are some Mormons here.
yeah, there's Mormons here. There's Catholics here. There are even Baptists here. I've seen.
I'm a Catholic, but I'm not practicing my religion.
Mm. Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, studying history. I mean, I'm not a history professor. I've taken a handful of history classes and so on, and seen a little bit of history myself, right? But yeah. Studying history and seeing the way that the church. I mean, basically, the church was just another government. That's they it seems to me that the church wanted power and influence over people. I mean, and again, I mean, the Catholic Church has a longer history than the Protestant Church and so on, so you get more examples there. But like I said, that's basically because it has a longer history, not because it's worse. But not necessarily anyway. But I mean, selling indulgences, right? So somebody who abused people, and cheated and killed and did all these things, but in the process, also managed to accumulate a large sum of money. Then near the end of his life, he could go to the church, and say, oh, I want to buy, I want to buy my way to heaven, and they basically, would sell them a ticket to heaven. Was, I mean, that's not the wording that they use, but that's basically what it was, right? Church wanted the money because money buys power and influence, and the church wanted power and influence, and yeah, I mean, the church is just people, but the church is not Christianity, you know. The religious ideal that is Christianity is not equivalent with, any church, be it Protestant, Catholic, Baptist, Lutheran, Methodist, whatever, right? True Christians, we live in self-peace with all natural beauty and people. The religious people proclaim Christianity for hearsay. Yeah. I can't, I think that is the Christian ideal. The trouble is, you've got a lot of Christians, or a lot of people that claim to be Christians that are intolerant of other people's choices. It's like, yeah, I'll live in peace with you as long as you choose what I choose, and I choose Christianity, so I choose heterosexuality. So if you make the same choices, then okay, yes, I can live in peace with you. And I'm not saying that all Christians do this, Um, I would say the people that are prejudiced against uh, homosexuals or non-Christian people who are of a non-Christian faith, people that are intolerant of them are not true Christian, or they're not leading the true Christian life because they are intolerant. I mean, I think that above anything, above everything, Christians should be tolerant of others, right? I mean, isn't tolerance? I mean, isn't that like really important? If you're only tolerant of the people that agree with you, that's, if you're in a position of authority, that's just another type of tyranny. Christianity came from Judaism. Well, I mean, Christianity and Islam and Judaism all came, or all have the same. I mean, the last common ancestor was Abraham, right? Abraham is the father of Christianity, of Judaism, of Islam, right? The God of Abraham is the same God of all those three religions, and yet there seems to be conflict between those three religions. Um, yeah, it came from Christianity came from Judaism. I mean, yeah, in a way, it was kind of an offshoot, a branching off, in the way that Protestantism is a offshoot of Catholicism, right? Yeah, Protestant. They protested against the uh, the mainline teaching of the Catholic Church. So they protested against that. They were reactionary. They were against, the Catholic Church and the way they did things and so on. So Protestantism came from Catholicism. Catholicism came from Judaism. Um, I mean, again, if we're talking historically, yeah, there were the Jewish faith existed before before Christ was born, and so yeah, that's necessarily the case. But I mean, the belief, Judaism and Christianity and Islam all believe in exactly the same God, the God of Abraham, right? I mean, the Muslims revere Abraham, to the same level that Christianities and Jews do. Because we all came from Noah, that came from Adam. Yeah. I mean, yeah. I and I mean, I don't really believe the Bible literally, letter by letter. I mean, the names. Um, did such a person exist? And over the thousands of years, was that accurately, was that accurately told? I mean, yeah, I know, okay, through God's influence and so on, the record was accurately maintained. Okay. And yet, you've got contradictions within the Bible, inconsistencies. Um, so it seems to me that God could have been a little more uh, proactive in making sure that some of those didn't get into the product that people are studying today. But again, I mean, yeah, 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 yeah. So so we all came from Noah. We came from Adam. Okay, so we came from a common ancestor, right? And people branched off, right? Um, I mean, shoot, within families, you got, a pair of brothers, and, one goes to medical school and the other one ends up in prison for, whatever or something. I mean, yeah, people branch off. They go different directions, even though they come from the two offspring of the same parents. That, again, that doesn't have a lot of meaning to me. That we all came from yeah, so we all split off, um, and yeah, there's different, there's different explanations for why the branching off, why the splitting off occurred, and so on. But again, why inconsistencies and contradictions within this book if it's so infallible? And that's another. I mean, the Muslims, Islam believes that the Quran uh, is the absolute perfect word of God as brought to us through the Prophet Muhammad, right? Um, and that I mean that it's much newer. It's only what 600 years old or something like that. Muhammad was only around 600 years ago or something like that. Um, so they have a lot better shot at maintaining that accuracy. I mean, I remember hearing stories of somebody trying to bring prints of the Quran into some country, and they were stopped at the border, and it was a Muslim country, and they were, or I think, anyway, they were stopped at the border, and the Quran was found to have some typographical errors, and so they were not allowed to bring the Quran in, because the Muslims insist that it is the absolute perfect word of God as given through the Prophet Muhammad. You can believe whatever you want to believe. Yeah, like I said, I mean, it all came from nowhere. I mean, we know that it was what the 12th, no, the 14th century, was it? Before the Bible, there was the book of Enoch that was thought to Abraham until Moses, 5 books, then the scrolls of the prophet, then the New Testament. Yeah. But, I mean, yeah. There are biblical books that are not included in the Christian Bible, um, that are not included in the Jewish holy books. You know, the Talmud and the Old Testament and the Talmud and so on. Um, and it was basically a heathen king in the 14th century that presided over the Congress that chose which books would be considered canon and which would not. And his motivation was basically uh, to be to make his rule more effective, more authoritarian. You know, by throwing religion into the mix and using religion as another bit of leverage against the population in order to get them to act as he wished them to. The Quran was written 900 years after the resurrection of Jesus Christ. Yeah, yeah. The Muslims see Christ as a um, prophet. Yeah, I mean Jesus Christ is part of their religion to the extent that he was recognized as a prophet, not necessarily a particularly outstanding one. You know, I mean he was one. They just reject the claim that he was the Son of God, which the Jews also do, right? They reject that Christ was the Son of God, which always kind of puzzled me. I mean, American policy has always been so supportive of the Jewish state, Israel, giving huge amounts of financial aid and military aid and so on, or basically giving them huge amounts of money that the Israelis would then use to buy military hardware from us. So basically, uh, the American people were arming the Israeli army because it was our tax money that was being given, and then that tax money was used to make the owners of the industrial military complex, the McDonnell Douglas and who those people, make them rich. So it's just, I mean, it was basically a money laundering thing, I mean, basically that's what it is. And yet, I talk to so many Christians that are so supportive of the state of Israel, and I can't figure that out because, like I said, the Jews as a group reject Christ in the same way that the Muslims do. And yet, you can't compare the Jews to the Muslims, right? It's like, oh, the Jews are okay, but the Muslims, oh, they're radical. They reject Christ. Well, I just don't get it. And the problem, the problem with religion, well, not the problem. I mean, the thing about religion is it always hinges on that poorly understood idea of faith, right? It's not based on factual evidence. You have this and that you can see, but at a certain point, you just have to, well, I have faith in this. I believe in this above and beyond what is provable or whatever. Are we going to eat one of those?
How about this one? Tomorrow?
Whatever. Yeah, we can eat that tomorrow. Whatever you want to do.
This one, maybe the fruits.
Okay. This is a good conversation, Lorenzo. I like kind of being the devil's advocate. Taking the other side. Examining what somebody says, and regardless of whether I agree with it or disagree with it, trying to look at it, whatever that statement is, objectively, trying to find the weaknesses or and so on. When the Israelites were freed from Babylon, they asked God to give them the new scrolls, and God gave them 100 books. Then only 30 books were for the people. The other 70 books were hidden by God. Okay. All right. "30 books were for the people, and the other 70 books were hidden by God." But I agree to disagree. Okay. The other 70 books were hidden by God. He gave them 100 books, but only let them see 30 of them. All right. I mean, okay, I guess that makes sense to somebody. Um, I mean, why not just give them 30? I mean, why even tell them about the other 70 if you can't see these? There are 70 more books, but you can't see them. Okay. Then they might as well not exist, right? I mean, if I can't see them, if I have no access to them. Yeah, I mean, yeah, agree to disagree. Yeah. I mean, healthy, respectful debate, it's good. I mean, it causes us to evaluate our own thoughts, why we hold a certain idea to be true. Um, if we have to defend that idea to another person rather than just to ourselves, sometimes it causes us to ask ourselves questions, new questions, or the same questions in a different way or from a different perspective that can shed light on our own ideas, our own beliefs, which can often be a valuable thing for both parties. Even like you say, even if we disagree down to the last, down to to the last exchange, can still be educational, insightful, valuable. The Book of Enoch, the whole Bible was already written. Old Testament, New Testament, I don't know. Old Testament, I guess, because we're talking pre Jesus' birth. Of course, God being omniscient, knows everything, so I guess he could have written the Bible before it happened. Or are you talking only about the Old Testament? I mean, yeah. Like either position is arguable. Yeah, God knows everything, so he could write the whole. I mean, yeah, from he sits down and on Sunday as day of rest, and while he's resting, he writes out the whole Bible because he knows what's going to happen. He could have done that, right? The old and new. Okay, yeah. Yeah, which is interesting because that's almost. I mean, yeah. So God knows. God being omniscient. God knows everything. He knows what is, what was, what is, and what will be. So therefore, everything is basically already determined. We don't have free will because it's already determined what we're going to do. Determined from the standpoint that God already knows every decision we're going to make. So that means that before God ever put the first people on the planet, he knew that the world was going to end up in the mess that it is today. He knew that from the Christian standpoint, I mean, clearly there are more non-Christians than there are Christians, and even among the Christians, there are fewer of those that are really living the Christian life. That yeah, one might argue that have uh, earned their way to heaven. I mean, by a true faith rather than simply lip service or using Christianity as the means to an end or something. Um, and so that means that before God created Adam, he knew that the majority of the people that were ever born were going to end up suffering for all eternity in hell, if you believe in hell. That seems excessively cruel. Before I even, I mean, yeah, I love everybody, but when I create this thing, I know that I'm gonna, in the balance of things, I'm gonna create more suffering than I am eternal bliss. I'm gonna create more eternal suffering than I am eternal bliss. Wow, I don't know. I've heard about the Book of Enoch, but I've never read it. I mean, I can see why people talk about, are you a good God fearing Christian? Because I mean, that's what it is. They don't say, are you a good God loving Christian? It's a good God fearing Christian because it's like God is up there and he's gonna mess you up if you don't do right. It's not that you're doing right out of love; you're doing right out of fear. Oh, I don't want to go to hell, so I better toe the line. I don't know. I mean, I understand that I'm putting my own twisted, humanistic, twist, slant on things. But that's the way it seems to me. If you believed in, if you believed that way. I mean, it seems to me that Karl Marx was right. Religion is the opium of the people. It's an opium during that era was, it was recognized to be, a sedative, or, relaxing, to a certain extent mind altering, but it was viewed, with a medicinal purpose, right? He gave us the free will to choose choice or follow or not follow Jesus, but he already knows which choice we're going to make, right? If he knows everything, if he was able to write the whole Bible, you know, ahead of time, and he knows all that's going to happen, right? If he's omniscient, right? If he knows everything, then he knows every choice we're going to make. Yeah, even if we have free will to choose, he already knows. And so, like I said, it still brings me to the point that, from the very beginning, from the very get-go, he knew that, if you believe the whole system the way it was presented to me, that there's a heaven and a hell, and good people go to heaven and bad people go to hell. um, by good people, I mean, people that believe in Jesus Christ as the Son of God, who died for people's sins, and was resurrected after the third day and ascended to heaven, and who will come back to earth to bring the faithful back to be with him, and his Father in heaven, right? If you buy all that, and the fact that, those other people, the people that aren't, that don't believe that, right? Which, I gotta believe that the majority, the more people that have ever lived have not believed that. I mean, either because they weren't given the opportunity, because of the place and time where they were born. So, like, the millions of people that lived in the Mayan and Aztec and Inca kingdoms of South America, Central America. They simply didn't have access to knowledge about Jesus Christ, and so they had no, they did not have a choice to follow Jesus's teachings, even though historically they happened after Jesus Christ. They weren't aware of that, and so you can't follow somebody that you don't know about. Um, so again, taking all the people, all the different, so all those people, more of them are going to end up in eternal torment than are going to end up in eternal bliss. And God knew all that before he ever sat down to separate the light from the dark, because he knows everything. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to figure out what kind of all powerful, all knowing, all loving God would do that. Again, okay, my limited understanding, because I'm just a human. My understanding is limited, and that's the problem. Okay, but God gave. I mean, if there is a God, then He gave me this ability. He at least allowed me to develop this ability. Now, I would say that He gave it to me. This ability to contemplate these things, to do this kind of calculation, to do this kind of analysis, and come up with that kind of result that, if anything, would tend to make me not believe in him. It just doesn't make sense. I mean, yeah. I know I talked to my mother, it's like, yeah, I can't understand that, but I just believe. Yeah, and I mean, those are the kind of arguments that I hear people that have been in cults, say, oh, he said things and I just believed him, I mean, if you just believe because you believe because somebody told you it's the truth. On what authority did they tell you? On God's authority. Okay, well, how do you know they had God's authority? Because they said so. Because it's in the Bible. How do you know the Bible's true? Because it says so in the Bible. Now, that's a circular argument that, again, doesn't convince me. Just can't wrap my head around it. Yeah. Again, I mean, Lorenzo and anyone, everyone else that believes whatever they believe, whatever you believe, um, for whatever your reasons that you believe that, I have zero problems with that. Like I said, as long as the bottom line is you don't mess with anybody else. I mean, it's like anybody that chooses to have a different belief. I mean, there are there have been like the Spanish Inquisition, the Crusades. It's like convert by the sword. I smell food. I come. Oh, there you go. Have a strawberry, Tiara? Oh, wait. Sorry, I missed the comment here. In the books of, oops, sorry. In the books of Moses, it says, I will build a fortress where if a man murder another and name faultless, even the brother is of the murdered one, can't chase the released man. That fortress is America. That fortress is America. Uh, Book of Moses is talking about America. All right. Yes, yes, you're late for yakiniku. We're at the dessert stage. At the dessert stage. Yeah, sorry. Nice nice strawberries. Mm, 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 mm. Sweet. It's a little late in the season actually, but usually January, February, January strawberries are really good here. And we had several batches of strawberries in January. Um, these are good. These are good. It is good. It is good. Not sure where these came from. Did you see where these strawberries came from?
Oh,
Mm.
Kumamoto.
Kumamoto strawberries. There you go. Local strawberries right here in Kumamoto. You want some tea, dear?
Tea.
Yeah. My wife is Christian, Catholic. The Catholic killed more people that all the people died in wars. Yeah, yeah. Um, yeah, and the Catholics, that's the thing. The Catholics um, read the same Bible that the Protestants do, and it seems that they manage to interpret things quite differently. Um, I don't know. I said, that's the problem with religion. I mean, if and it seems pretty clear that Lorenzo, you are a Christian. Um, the and if the Bible is the Word of God, or was originally the Word of God, maybe too many humans got involved in the in between the source and the final product that we see today. And the final product we see today, as I've talked about before, has conflicts, contradictions, and inconsistencies, and vagaries, vague passages that people argue about, what is the meaning of this and so on. I love strawberries and whipped cream on ice cream. Yes, I do too. I wish I had whipped cream. We have ice cream. You want ice cream?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay. Where? Yeah. Thank you, Tiara. Oh, sorry, Lorenzo. Whipped cream on ice cream. Yeah. Strawberries and whipped cream on ice cream. I mean, we could make whipped cream. I've got heavy cream.
Heavy cream, I don't know. But
Oh, sorry. Let's see. Yeah, little cups of ice cream from the co-op here. One for the wife, one for me. There we go. Oh, righty. Yeah, good idea, Lorenzo. Yes, strawberries and ice cream. Yeah, don't have the Cool Whip here. I'm coming to your house for ice cream. Okay, ice cream. I'm a historian by hobby. I'm hobby. Yeah. Okay. Cool. I mean, history is cool. I mean, and biblical history is cool. Um, Definitely worth studying. You know, not that my opinion matters any, but I mean, I think it's cool, and I think it's definitely worth studying. Um, Interesting. I mean, above and beyond, the search for truth or better understanding of, the religious aspect, of, the holy teachings and so on. But just the fact that religions, different religions across the planet have had such tremendous influence on humans throughout history makes it worth studying. Coming to your house for ice cream. Okay, Tiara, there you go. You like vanilla? Vanilla ice cream with fresh strawberries? How does that sound? Let's see, what time is it? It's 20 after 6 o'clock in the evening at your place, Tiara? 20 after 6? Or 20 after 5? I can't remember if you're 1 hour. I think you're 2 hours. You're 2 hours different, right? So 20 minutes after 5 o'clock in the evening? Tiara. Yeah. Yeah. The more we know about history, probably the better. Even the uncomfortable things. Hmm. There's a lot. Um, I don't know if you're familiar with Howard Zinn. Um, he's passed on now, but he wrote a book, the People's History of the United States of America, um, from 1492 to the present. Um, Good book, really good book. Yeah. Coming to your house for ice cream. Yes, please do. I have an old-fashioned recipe for whipped cream. I go to the store and buy already made, frozen in a bowl. Yes, yes, yep. Frozen whipped cream. Yep, absolutely. Dear.
mm,
Thank you.
that's okay.
Yeah, a little bit of what do we got here? We've got a mix of celestial seasonings. Um, that's kind of a ginger and probiotic mix, and then a chai. But we're not gonna make a full chai. We're not gonna add the milk to it. But I'm gonna add just a little more cinnamon. Give it a little more of a cinnamon kick there. I like me some cinnamon. Cinnamon is good. Um, I used to have cardamom, but don't know where it is right now. Okay, yeah, there we go. We got ourselves some tea here now. Caffeine free. No problem getting to sleep tonight. There we go. That's about enough bobbing of that there. Let that steep for a little bit, and we'll have ourselves some tea. Your ice cream's gonna melt there. Mm. Mm. Good stuff. This is ice dessert. They don't call it ice cream. It must be ice milk. Doesn't have enough milk fat in it to be called cream, and so therefore they can't call it ice cream. It's ice milk or something. Frozen ice dessert. It is from the co-op. Generally, they have pretty good stuff. Um, let's see. What does this say here? So, vanilla cup ice. The green co-op. Kuchi no naka de namareka ni tokeru no ko milk no ajiwai. So that's it melts in it gently melts inside your mouth. It has a deep milk flavor.
When you eat this with strawberry with ice cream,
Mm.
you can't feel the flavor of the strawberry.
Oh no. It does say ice cream here. It says keep it at minus 18 degrees. Um, I don't see any list of ingredients. Oh, there's a list of ingredients. I just didn't turn it the right way. Hey. Okay, so what does it say? 8% milk fat. Oh, wait, yeah, 8% milk fat. Cream. Oh, with the good Japanese milk. Mm. Um, Sugar, of course, and some milk parts, whatever. Egg, salt, some kind of preservative and flavoring. Um, hmm. Let's see. It doesn't say what country it's made in, but Green Co-op. It talks about Fukuoka, which is nearby here, and that's who sells it. And oh yeah, and the where it's produced is also listed here, also in Fukuoka, which is near to where we live. A couple hours by car to Fukuoka City. Um, yeah, so not too far away. So we've got our, let's see. See, the Bible must be read with open mind as poetry and put yourself in the reason. Yeah, I think so too. But, you know, really, when you say open mind, remember, to really be open minded. And so, therefore, without foredrawn conclusions, without the idea that what you're reading is the Word of God, right? I mean, to really have an open mind means that you don't even make that assumption, right? It's like, okay, here is this book of literature that people have claimed is the Word of God. Now I'm going to read it objectively with an open mind and see where that leads me. Now, if you do that, which I don't think people do. I mean, I think people that are non-Christians, those that are professed atheists or whatever, they claim not to believe in the Bible, believe in God or whatever. Um, they read the Bible, already with the assumption that it's not what it's claimed to be, not the Word of God. And on the other hand, Christians already have the mindset that they are reading the Word of God. But I'm saying, if you could read it with a completely open mind, that would, I think, be a new experience for just about everybody because it's hard to do. Everybody comes with baggage, right? We all have these prejudices. We all have these ideas, before we actually sit down and open and start reading that first page. It'd be tough to do. I mean, even from your first exposure, probably whoever gave you your first Bible or read the first Bible passage to you, was presenting it in a certain light. This is the Word of God. So yeah. Reasoning of the writer and understanding why and what purpose the writer was coming from. Again, right, with a totally open mind, without the prejudice, without the pre-assumption that this is absolutely divinely inspired writing. If you don't have that pre-assumption, also not the assumption that it couldn't be, but looking for evidence within the writing that it is, and evidence within the writing would not be, this is the Word of God. So says, I could write that, nobody would believe me. But, the fact that it says so, this is the Word of God written in that same thing, a totally open mind, be tough to do. I'm not saying I could do it either. I mean, we have our prejudices. Did we scare you away, Tiara? You can give us a Islamic lesson. Is Ramadan over now? Ramadan. I mean, Ramadan is cool. I mean, I like the idea of Ramadan. I mean, it's a healthy idea. I mean, I almost feel motivated to. No, I'm sorry. That would be disrespectful. I mean, but I do think it's a really, really good idea, just from a health perspective. And from a religious perspective, definitely to help you focus. I think we lost Kiara. After she said, "Oh, maybe she's on her way here." The last message I see from Tiara says, "I'm coming to your house for ice cream." So maybe she's on her way. Oh, I've got my GPS on my phone. Maybe she's following the signal.
You are always welcome. To eat ice cream.
Mm. Bring a durian. I want to eat durian.
Durian. Meow.
I only need about a handful, though. I don't need a whole durian. I only need about a handful. That would be enough. It's really good, but I can't eat very much of it. Make a tea is brewed. This doesn't have the lemongrass in it. We're out of the lemongrass one. There we go. It's got a little extra cinnamon in it, so it smells like cinnamon. It smells stronger than it tastes. More aroma than flavor. Mm. Let's see. Okay, sir, I having no real knowledge of the Bible truth, I became subjective unto Jesus Christ as God and Savior. I got a Bible, and 3 months later, I was teaching how to understand the Bible. Hey, that's cool. I mean, if there is so much good about religion, um, be it Christianity or Islam or Judaism or Buddhism or Hinduism or whatever. I mean, the good parts they all share. The it's just when I think about religion, I get nervous about the potential for you know, abuse of religion. I mean, as I said, for when people become judgmental of others that don't share their own views. Um, mm. And like I said, I mean that not just their own religious views, but their own views on sexuality. You know, um, their own views on on whatever. Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with people that say, "Oh yeah, it's fine for people to say, for example, um, homosexuality is an abomination against God, and therefore homosexuality should not be for you, right? For that person that believes that, but trying to change someone else's behavior or to uh, punish someone else's behavior uh, or even influence someone else's behavior to agree with your own views of that, I think are wrong. Um, it's in the same way that you know if you're not homosexual and a homosexual came on to you and tried to get you to become homosexual, that's wrong. I mean, just as wrong. 5:30 in the morning. Oh, no wonder we're so philosophical here. 5:30 in the morning is a good time to be philosophical. Um, 5:30 in the morning. Yeah, right. 5:30 in the morning. Yep. Yeah, another. Oh no. Yeah, another 3 hours from now, my mother will be getting up, but I'll be asleep by then. It'll be after 10 o'clock. I usually go to sleep before 10 o'clock because I wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning. If I was judgmental of others, then how could ever talk to anyone? I mean, yeah, good point. Good point. But that's the thing. There are people, not you. Not I'm sorry if I sounded like I was talking to about you. I was talking about more generally about people that are Christian, especially those that seem to be devout, strong Christians. Um, it seems that part of their strength comes from, or part of that strength depends on their putting down the opposition, right? I believe in Christianity. I need to, kind of put down all the options to, to so that I can feel stronger about my choice of religion. I'm not saying that about you. I'm sorry. I really, I honestly, I sincerely apologize if it sounded like that was directed towards you. I was directing it toward religious people, and not just Christians, but of any religion. Muslims are even more against the homosexuality, or at least as much against homosexuality. Like I said, Muslims and Christians share a lot of the same base beliefs, ideas about a lot of things. The Bible is not to change others, it's for you to change yourself. Yeah. um, which, yeah, is a very healthy way. Except, there are passages in the Bible. Jesus says to don't go out and be fishers of men. He was talking to his disciples. But people are interpreting that as the a command by Jesus for his followers, all Christians, to go out and preach Christianity to the world and actively convert others to Christianity. Um, and it's fine to talk about Christianity, but again, talk as if, talk to someone as an equal, not like I know the answer and you don't know the answer yet, because that's prejudicial. That's condescending. That's already starting from a bad place. But it's like, okay, you have your ideas, I have my ideas. um, we're just two people equivalent, but I'd like for you to believe my ideas. um, then you can have a conversation. But throughout history, not you, not talking about my own personal. Okay, yeah. Um, but throughout history, again, Christianity has been almost used as a weapon. Go out and convert them. And you're judgmental. Oh, if you're not a Christian, then you're, you know. I mean, look at what happened in Central and South America. Oh, the heathens, or in North America. These heathens, these heathens, they don't know Christian. They're not Christians. They're just like animals, so they can be killed off like animals. I mean, if we can't convert them to Christianity, then they might as well die, or we might as well kill them. You know, um, it's like, again, religion, specifically in that case Christianity, used as a weapon, really. Yeah, history in a lot of ways is pretty depressing. Then again, I mean, as bad as things seem now, it almost seems like, in a historical perspective, things are pretty good. I mean, there's a long stretch of history where you and I couldn't be having this conversation. Jesus Christ was more like, don't tell you're a Christian, but show them so you're a Christian. Right? Yeah, yeah. A lead by example sort of thing. Right? Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, and in every aspect. Um, Jesus talking about people giving tithes. Giving their donations to the church, right? And the rich guy goes in there and he's got a big handful of coins and he drops them in there noisily so everybody can see that he's dropping a bunch of coins in there. And the poor widowed mother of three or whatever goes in there, and she has just a tiny little coin. That's all that she can spare, and she quietly, half embarrassed, gives that. And he said, Christ is like, that woman, I mean, she gave as much as she possibly could, and she did it quietly, but that was a bigger share of her income this rich guy who made a big show of it, and so she's the one that who's really doing the proper tithing and so on. Yeah, I mean, yeah, yeah. The trouble is, you know, Christians have become more and more removed from the fundamental ideals, the basic ideas of Christianity, and what it means to be a Christian. I don't know if they've moved farther away. I mean, like I said, looking through history, yeah, Christianity was, like I said, was for years and years and years used as, I mean, so most of history was used as a weapon or a method of controlling people or manipulating people. Um, I mean, that's how it's used. I'm not saying that that's what it is. There's a difference there. I'm not saying that that's what Christianity or any religion is, but I'm saying that that's how it was used. Jesus Christ was more, yeah, yeah. I wanted to know if Ramadan was over, but I guess Tiara's got tired of my. Maybe she went out to find herself some ice cream. It was good. The ice cream was good. That was good ice cream. Oh,
Vanilla ice cream.
vanilla ice cream. Yeah, I remember when I wouldn't eat anything but chocolate or things that were chocolate like. Then I got into coffee ice cream.
Coffee ice cream?
Yeah,
I never tried that.
you have. I mean, like Jamocha almond fudge. So it's got the coffee with the chocolate in there.
Okay.
Um, yeah, yeah. Baskin Robbins Jamocha almond fudge, and the chocolate coffee. Oh, what a combination chocolate and coffee is. Yeah. Yeah. Don't tell you're a Christian, but show them so you're a Christian. And that's what I mean. I mean, like I said, I'm living over here in a country that is not religious. Basically, people have no interest in religion. They look around the world and they see religious conflict. They see, the Catholics and the Protestants fighting in Ireland. They see the Christ or the Muslims and the Jews fighting in the Middle East, or the Muslims and the Christians, or the this and that and so on, and all this religious conflicts that are at least on the surface seem to be motivated by religious differences. And it's like, hey, we don't need that extra crap. We don't need that extra layer, of conflict. I mean, we're getting by fine without religion. Let's just leave that out of the equation. We're getting along okay. For the rich man gave his petty change, but the woman gave all the little she had, two mites. Yes, right. That's the passage that I was referring to. Right. Yeah. Um, yeah. He made a big show of it, and but it was just his walking around money. But with her, it was everything that she had. Yeah, people, many people, not everyone. A lot of people crave recognition. I mean that's why we have professional athletes, we have professional actors, we have professional musicians. They crave the recognition. I mean, it's not, I think, for at least the majority of them, it's not that they love that so much, that they love that sport or they love that music or that they love acting so much, but it's the recognition attached to that. They say, oh, I have some ability here, or I have more ability than average, than most people, than almost everybody, or whatever their degree of success is. And they want to be recognized for that. And they parlay that into a high salary, occupation. I believe, I mean, but that's the way capitalism works. Going back to capitalism and so on, right? That's the way capitalism works, right? If you get a bunch of people to pay you for something, right? That's okay. That's capitalism. You have a talent, you get a bunch of people to pay you for that. It's all good, right? For me, it's like, geez, I mean, that guy, he's entertaining us, but he's not really producing anything that's going to keep the poor people from starving to death, or keep the sick people from dying of a disease, or do a lot of the things that arguably are more valuable. So he shouldn't reap benefits that are disproportionate. He shouldn't get so much money for doing that. That's basically just kind of fun for him. The guy professionals playing a game, or playing music, or pretending to be somebody that they're not. But that's the way capitalism works. I would say, oh, you're a great actor. Okay, you get paid $300,000 a year. That's all that's the most. In fact, I think I would do that. I would put a limit. We have the minimum income, right? The poverty level or whatever. Everybody, minimum wage or whatever, right? Um, they decided that people need to earn at least this much money to be able to live and support themselves and a family, right? I think there ought to be a maximum wage, like $300,000 a year. Nobody needs more than $300,000 a year. Everything above, I mean, just a flat, up to $300,000, you can keep most of it, if not all of it, most of it. Like you can keep 95% of it or something like that. And then at 300,000, cut off. Everything you earn above 300,000, all of it goes to taxes, right? Now, they say, oh, that would disincentivize people from doing these jobs. I don't think so. I don't think so. I mean, if you're good at managing a company, you enjoy that. Even if it's stressful, even these all things. I mean, if you're only doing it for the money, then you're probably not doing it for the benefit of the majority of people. Again, you're very narrow-minded, very blindered, very short-sighted, I think. Wow, how did I get onto that topic? We were talking about, well, maybe we're talking about money and rich people and so on. Alex C. Can Do is live. Breakfast, do you love it or hate it? You want to watch somebody cooking breakfast? Yeah. Um, I mean, yeah, I'm kind of, a simple guy. I believe people are better off if there's more empathy in the world, that people can empathize with, relate to one another on an emotional, a deep level, to understand their feelings, understand their pain, understand their joys and so on. So the need for empathy, and so that is necessary for again, that golden rule: do unto others as you would have them do unto you, right? So um, so then if you do that, you should. I mean, the majority of people are not going to mess around with other people too much because they don't want to be messed around with. So therefore, if you actually follow the golden rule and don't do unto others what you don't want them to do unto you, which do unto others as you want them to do unto you, and don't do unto others what you don't want other people to do unto you, right? If you follow that, yeah. Here in America, the government is going to pay Black Americans for their ancestors being slaves. Really? Um, I mean, I've heard that brought up, but I've never heard it spoken about as something that was actually being seriously moved on in by the the legislatures, by the lawmakers. Um, I mean, I hear it thrown about, in the same way, same way. Oh, give the land back to the Native Americans. I mean, how far back do you go? Um, I mean, at a certain point, I think you just have to say, okay, look, wrongs were done, and yeah, this group took advantage of that group. You know, um, this group benefited from that group, but you are not those people, right? They were your ancestors, and from that, you white people are the majority of you white people are in a better position than the majority of you black people, simply because of these historical facts, right? And yet, um, there's no reasonably fair way to calculate how to reimburse, how to pay back, the ancestors of people who were forcibly removed from their homes. Um, I mean, much later than that, the World War II, when the Japanese, uh, the Americans of Japanese ancestry, right? American citizens who whose parents were born in Japan, um, were, as well as people born in Japan who came to live in America. They were forcibly removed from their homes and basically forced to live in prisoner of war camps, or the equivalent, right? Um, that was much more recent. Those people I could see, there's a lot more of them. I mean, the actual people, some of them are still alive that were directly affected. I mean, I don't think I'm prejudiced. I mean, I've had, black people that were friends, um, not really tight friends, but they were good friends. They come over, we'd talk, we'd laugh, we'd drink together, we'd hang out together. Um, I don't think I'm particularly prejudiced. Um, I almost feel, I mean, but because there are a large number of, let's see, now white people have been apologizing to blacks for being racist, prejudiced, privileged whites, right? Yeah. Um, I mean, I'm sorry that so many white assholes, are racist and prejudiced against blacks. I'm sorry about that, but not my own behavior. Um, I don't ever recall being having any racial prejudices. All we want as natives is our land back. Um, yeah, but I mean, all you want as natives is your land back. But I mean, even among the Native Americans, or not just Native American, I mean, among any people that are indigenous, that the original, original. What are original? I mean, at least the they've been there longer than people who came later. Okay, um, people, other groups move in, and there were conflicts, right? I mean, I don't. I mean, there. in Central America, there, what well, I was just reading about it. I didn't even know about them. The Teotihuacan and the Mayans or something like that. I can't remember. Um, Not the Incas, not the Aztecs. It was the Mayans and some other group that seemed to be, to share some cultural aspects, and then all of a sudden, one group turned on the other and basically wiped them out or whatever. I mean, these things happen all the time. I mean, this happens throughout history, and simply because we're around at the time to remember it, I mean, yeah, let's not do that. Let's stop doing that. That should have never happened. But okay, it did. And you know it's how are you going to do that? I mean, again, I was born in Iowa. My parents were born in the Midwest. One was born in Iowa, one was born in Missouri. So how far back do you have to trace your family being in a place before you have some right to the land? Oh, we were there first. Yeah, but somebody was there before you. I mean, even if we, even if we believe in evolution, I mean, then it was, the primitive man against the more primitive man or whatever. How far back do you go? Because we have it written down in history books, because it was recent enough that we can remember it, so therefore we do something about it. But those that was far enough back, then forget about it. That seems arbitrary. Where exactly do you draw the line? I mean, it seems to me that what we ought to be doing is definitely drawing the line now and say, all right, this shit stops. I mean, no more, right? No more. Um, Not after it happens and how we're going to fix it. It's like when we see it starting to happen, then we stop it. A black man went to court to have the right to own slave. The reason they were slaves because a black man went to court to have the right to own slave. All right. Yeah, I mean, I think it was actually even simpler than that. I think it was simply the fact that, uh, it was the Western Europeans that were primarily responsible for colonizing the colonies, the United States and the spread across the continent, and those were white people, and so in order to, two things, in order to make it easy to distinguish the slaves from the free. If you've got a racial thing, oh well, hey, just look at him, oh, he's black, he's a slave, right? There was that. But also, um, they used racial prejudice. I mean, the rich, moneyed landowners, both in the North and the South. You know, but it was especially beneficial to the people in the South because of the agrarian, because of the way the economy worked and so on. But um, by having blacks as the slaves, right? Now you have a group of blacks that are being, or a group of people that are easily identifiable that are being oppressed, and you have whites who are too poor, that don't have land. They are not landowners. There were white sharecroppers and so on, that basically worked on land that wasn't there, and gave most of the profits to the landowner. The landowner did nothing but sit on his butt and collect the money, and so on. Um, and so you've got these two groups of basically, abused people. One of them black and one of them white. The black ones you called slaves. The whites were basically economically slaves, but by having that black white distinction and playing up racism, now you divide that huge population of poor people. Now you've got the poor blacks distrustful and not cooperating with the poor whites, right? and the poor whites not cooperating with the poor blacks. If you put the two poor groups together, now you've got a huge population of unhappy people who could cause a revolution. All right. So to avoid that, you throw racism into it. Now you got the poor blacks, the poor whites. They won't work together. They're fighting against each other. The rich whites are sitting in the bird's eye seat, whatever it is. They're sitting pretty. Spaniards brought the blacks over. I mean, the Spaniards, the Dutch. I mean, Western Europe, not just the Spaniards. I mean, maybe the Spaniards was the first. I don't know. I don't recall that. It could very well be. Um, but it wasn't only the Spaniards. The British. I mean, everybody. I mean, because it was money to be made. It's capitalism. Yeah, there's your capitalism. You like capitalism, right? Capitalism. You've got a product. You got a supply of black people. You can take them to America and sell them. Yeah, so what if 2/3 of them die off on the trip over? You can still make a good money. They're not people; they're blacks, right? So we don't care. Yeah, that attitude. I mean, that's capitalism, right? Capitalism. I mean, it's the bottom line. Did you make a profit? That's all that matters, right? I mean, that's how capitalism works now. So when when a company puts out a defective product, they get the accountants out there to figure out, okay, well, yeah, uh, one out of 500,000 of these will blow up and kill the kid that's playing with it. Oh, but so we have to pay, we may have to pay $1 million settlement to them, but if we recall all these, it'll cost us, $20 million to recall all those and fix them. We figured that only, maybe a handful of these kids will actually, end up getting maimed or killed by this. So, yeah, the numbers say leave them alone, right? Let them out. Let them stay out there. I mean, that's the way capitalism works, right? Whatever the bottom dollar determines, that's how you decide. Did we bring the laundry in?
Not yet.
Oh. Yeah. Um, yeah. While you're studying, you said you're a history buff. You didn't answer me about Howard Zinn. Um, if you have not read any of Howard Zinn's books, I recommend it. Strongly recommend it. Definitely a different perspective than the history books that I read in school. Um, Rainy, okay,
But there's no wind. That's good.
that's good. Um, yeah, Howard Zinn. He was an interesting guy. I mean, he was um, probably a little too far left for most people. I think he was good friends with Noam Chomsky. Um, you know who Noam Chomsky is? Seems like most people know Noam Chomsky by now. He's old now. I met him 35 years ago. Um, he came to my school when I was in graduate school. He came to give a presentation. He gave two presentations. One was on his political views to the political science department. The other was on linguistics to the linguistics department. And I was part of the linguistics department and got a chance to talk to him. Um, Not one to one, but there were like, what were there? Maybe eight or 10 of us in the room with Noam Chomsky. And so I was sitting. Um, I couldn't quite reach over and tap him on the knee, but wasn't too far away from that. It was really close. Um, he was his linguistic things, I didn't always agree with him. Of course, I was just a young graduate student, and he's this you know probably the the most highly thought of linguist of this era, um, maybe of all time. I don't know, but um, I actually did find an error in one of his presentation that he gave, but it was a minor error. It really wasn't. It didn't really matter that much. It didn't really matter, but it was a small mistake. Um, but his political science views, again, he's fairly liberal. Um, I don't know if he's kind of like, I don't know if he calls himself a Democrat, but he does tend to, as I do, kind of find himself, as I find myself, disagreeing with Republicans more. Um, although, some Democrats are idiots. Yeah. How long have we been on? I've been on here for 4 hours and 6 minutes. That's a long time.
That's a long broadcast.
Let's see. Serena E is live on Michael Bathurst. Oh, Serena E. She often sings. She has a nice voice.
Nice waist.
Nice voice.
Oh.
Nice waist. I don't even remember seeing her waist. I think she's usually sitting down. Yeah. Got to be careful what you say around a Filipina. They get jealous very easily. There we go. Last of the tea. Oh, it's looking pretty dark now. Yeah, that last little bit got all the extra cinnamon that drifted down to the bottom there. Chantel TV is live. Okay. Is she the one from France? Perhaps. Yeah. Yeah. So, whereabouts are you in Texas? Did you say? Oh, what time is it there? It is 10 minutes after 8 o'clock. So it must be 10 minutes after 6 o'clock in the morning where you are. Because you're in the same time. Oh, Black Eyed Dog. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We were having a very eclectic conversation. I mean, it was more or less one way because I'm on my phone here and didn't invite anybody up. Wasn't planning on staying on this long. We just, as you saw, the title is Yaki Nikku or whatever, so we were just sharing our dinner time, showing people what typical Japanese home style yakiniku might be like. Just got to work and thought I'd check in. Okay, well, thank you for doing that. Thank you. Always glad to see you here. Yeah, yeah. We actually, I've been online. I've been broadcasting most of the day today. You saw me this morning. I did my game, and then I did the layman's philosophy after that, and then this afternoon we went shopping, and so I did I don't know, half an hour or so of shopping at the store to show what I've done shopping before, but we went to a larger. Uh, yes, I had a whole night's sleep since I last saw you, but you've been busy. Yes, I have. Yeah. Um, yeah. So we did the shopping in a Japanese grocery store, and then we came home and consumed a large portion of what we had just bought. Bought some nice uh, Japanese beef and pork, thinly sliced for the yakiniku, as well as some vegetables, onions, and pimon, which are kind of a pepper, um, a very, very mild pepper, and squash and so on. Some mushrooms that we all fried up on the griddle, and partook of that. We also had some nice. We had it kind of Korean style. You wrap the big kind of a lettuce leaf looking vegetable there, like basically a large lettuce leaf that you wrap around the meat, and that was quite nice. Um, yeah, that lettuce leaf wrapped around the meat, it tends to help, with the oiliness of the meat. Adds a little bit of fiber to it, and it also adds a nice balance to the flavor. It's good. I recommend it. I don't know if you have Korean restaurants in your area. Korean restaurants are pretty common here. It's easy to find Korean restaurants, Korean style restaurants at least, and so on. And we're only a couple hours away from Korea here, so we can go whenever we want. Are you CIA? Joan Harris. Am I CIA? Um, no. Uh, Geez, they wouldn't have me. Uh, the CIA wouldn't touch me with a 10-foot pole. They wouldn't even think of recruiting me. Um, one, I'm not that smart. Two, uh, I during my college days, and I'm assuming that the statute of limitations has now expired since that's 40 years ago. Um, Partook of uh, cannabis. Let me, in a recreational way, not as medicinal. Um, which is a big no-no because that they could somebody could blackmail you with that or something like that. Which is what I heard because actually I won't name names or give any details at all, but I do know somebody that was recruited by the CIA and actually went through the interview process and probably would have been offered a job with them, but decided before the CIA got back to him. Okay, it was a man, actually joined the military. Um, and so he's the one that kind of told me about those things. So obviously, I just don't fit any any kind of profile for anything close to CIA. Oh my goodness, no. Any Godzilla sightings? Um, yeah, I watched Godzilla. What was it? About a month ago, I watched one of the latest Godzillas. What was it? 2018, 2019. When did the Godzilla come out here recently? I watched that again. Not not again. I think it was the first time I'd seen it. There's so many Godzilla remakes.
Godzilla Japan.
Yeah, Godzilla. Yeah, Godzilla. Godzilla's a big favorite in Japan. He may mess the place up, but it's usually because he's trying to, or at least sometimes he's trying to save Japan from a worse fate, right? Mothra or some other monster that's coming. Real Godzilla sightings. You mean Ozzy Osbourne? um, yeah, Black Sabbath. Yeah. Yeah. No Godzillas that I've been aware of. Of course, Godzilla's always in Tokyo, right? I'm far from Tokyo. It'd take him. He'd probably have to run for a good 10 or 15 minutes to get here. He's got wide strides, right? So he's really chugging. He'd get here in short order. But yeah, it's quite a ways away, quite a distance. So yeah. Um, but no Godzilla that I've been aware of. No earthquakes to speak of for a while. I should knock on wood, right? That's what people do. You say something, jinx it. You better knock on wood, right? That old superstition. Um, the volcanoes in the area have been relatively quiet. So a few years ago, I traveled to Sapporo for the snow festival. Really cool. Yeah, I've never been to Sapporo or the snow festival. Um, I've been to Hokkaido just very briefly. It was a layover, um, a flight that I was on. ran into some extreme headwinds and used up more fuel than they had allotted for. And so, to stay within the safety margins, they chose to land in Chitose Airport. And we were there for basically just long enough to refuel the plane and get us on our way. So that's all I know of Hokkaido. Seen it from the air, or I mean, seen it from inside the airplane. That's about it. Snow Festival in Harbin, China was better. Oh, you've been Harbin, China. Yeah, you've been there too. Okay. Yeah, I've heard that that's bigger. Um, I haven't actually researched which one started first. I mean, they're both really well known. I mean, I heard of the Sapporo, the Japanese one first. Um, but yeah, the Harbin festival sounds like they really do it up. I mean, not being disparaging in any way of the Japanese, the Sapporo festival, but it sounds like the Chinese really go about it on a large scale. I mean, wow. Not having been to either one, you've been to both, so you're the expert. So I don't know. That's just been my uninformed idea, I guess. Yeah. So what else? Any other comments, questions? Uh, so Joan, where are you? And Joan, do I follow you? I wonder if I follow you. Let's see. I can't tell. If I'm on my computer and I click on the name, then I can tell. New York. Oh, so New York. Let's see. So it must be what um, about 20 after 7 in the morning over there in New York. So you're up early, or maybe you're up very very late. I don't know. Different different strokes for different folks. I don't know if you're an early riser or a very very late sleeper, or maybe you're an insomniac. Who knows? Don't know you very well yet, Joan Harris. Um, but yeah, if you care to, you could learn a little. No, I work the graveyard shift, just getting off work. Okay, cool, cool. That explains it. That explains it. Yeah. Here it's like I said, it's 20 after 8 uh, in the evening here. Um, the same day, right? So yeah, we're what 13 hours ahead of you. Um, so if you want to know what the world's going to be like in 13 hours, I can. Is Disneyland open? I don't know. Do you know if Disneyland is open?
I didn't heard.
Yeah, I haven't heard about that. I would guess.
It look like closed.
I would guess that it's probably closed. Um, Although maybe not. I mean, because Disneyland, the attractions, basically outside, amusement, and outdoors is so much safer. As far as viral transmission goes, the likelihood is so much lower if you're outdoors as compared to being indoors, even in a wide area. If you're indoors, yeah, Hong Kong Disney is open. Yeah. Um, yeah, I think that it might be open here in the Tokyo Disneyland. I haven't actually heard. Um, I'm not. I mean, I've been to um, the real Disneyland, the one in California. Um, I've been there a couple of times. I've been to Disney World in Florida. Um, prefer California. It's like it's so much easier to get around. I felt when I was there, I felt like I walked. I mean, I guess Disney World in Florida is a lot healthier because it forces you to walk a lot farther between the attractions. It's just over spread over a wider area, so maybe that's a good thing. But the contents, the actual attractions there, of course, Disneyland, the Epcot Center is there, and so on. Plus, it's very close to what the Sea World and what else? I can't remember what else all was there. Um, Of course, Disneyland is not far from what Knott's Berry Farm and other things in the Orange County, Los Angeles area. So, um, but I never spent very long in either place. Just a couple of days, few days, 3 4 days in Los Angeles each time I was there, and just yeah, about the same 2 3 days, maybe 3 days in Orlando. Yeah, not more than 4 days in Orlando, Florida. Yeah, um, yeah, but yeah, I don't know. I crowds. I try to avoid crowds. So Disneyland, on that note, doesn't seem like a good idea. But like I said, being outdoors, I mean, it's better than riding in a city bus, I would say. Um,
It's look like open.
yeah. Oh, so my wife checked on it. Looks like it's open. So,
April 2021,
mm. So
9 a.m. to 8 p.m.
April
Park
2020.
operating hours.
Yeah. But that was before the Tokyo announcement. The after the COVID, and they raised the level to 5, so they might have closed it.
That's April 20.
I travel a lot, and I'm hoping Japan, Singapore, Taiwan, or Hong Kong will vaccinated tourists enter during the summer. Um, I'm guessing, yeah. I mean, you can come in, they're still working on, I mean, Europe is still, and America and the world is still working on those green passports or whatever you want to call them, to ease uh, the travel for people that have been vaccinated, fully vaccinated, and so on, or have. I think they were going to make the equivalent, having tested positive for the virus and then having at least one of the uh, vaccine injections after that would be equivalent to fully inject 2 injections or something like that, um, which makes sense. Immunologically speaking, that makes sense. Um, but as far as I know, that those green passports, those kind of travel, easing have not been implemented in a lot of places. I don't know. I mean, um, I don't go to America very much. Haven't been there for 5 or 6 years now, I think. And um, where I want to go is the Philippines, and the Philippines is kind of a mess right now. Third world country, it's not Japan, Taiwan, Hong Kong, Singapore. It's the Philippines. It's a third world country that they're not as organized. They're not as disciplined about certain things. It's taking. It's going to take a while to get that in a condition where uh, they're going to be able to handle tourism of any amount, I think. I love the NHK travel show Somewhere Street. Don't know it. I don't really watch television. I watch, on demand things, the Netflix, Amazon Prime. Uh, we got rid of our Hulu subscription. We used to have Hulu, things like that. Um, and I watch, a lot of things. I don't know if you're familiar with the Curiosity Stream, um, or Nebula. They're more documentary type things that are also available for a small fee. So those are the type of things. I just find so much junk on television, and the really good stuff, there's equivalents or something even better usually available on demand by someone's offering it. So, want to become famous? Buy followers and Yeah, yeah. Spam from Twitch. I just started broadcasting. So HAPS is my first broadcasting experience. I mean, I posted a couple of YouTube videos before that, but not really knowing what I was doing, and they were just garbage. They were short. They weren't edited. They were just me, um, talking. You know, they weren't really anything. And then I thought, well, this broadcasting sounds like kind of a fun thing to do. I can't travel. I mean, the same kind of thinking that lots and lots of people had, right? That's why there's the YouTube, the streaming boom and so on. But Haps was the one that I stumbled upon that seemed to offer the best mix of features for the price. I mean, the price, you can't beat it; it's free, right? And you can invite guests on. You can present application if you're using your the browser uh, application. You can share application windows and so on. So like you could stream a game or so on, have guests and things like that. Um, it also has the awards and subscriptions and sponsorships and all that built into it. Um, it doesn't have a lot of fancy bells and whistles and things like that, but it's got all the basics, or at least most of the basics that I feel that I need at this, this my first baby steps into broadcasting. So a couple of months ago, I guess 2.5 months ago, I got started with it and just started broadcasting. And I'm trying different things because anybody so I'm going on 4.5 hours now of this particular broadcast, my fourth broadcast of the day, and this one's 4.5 hours. Every one of them's been like around an hour to an hour and a half. This one's 4.5. Just all kind, very eclectic, very strange collection of things that I broadcast about.
Mm.
Philosophy.
April 26, 2021, this venue in Tokyo are closed during the state of emergency. The museum, galleries, park, attraction, they are closed.
Oh, okay. So it sounds like Disneyland is closed. Like
State of emergency.
Right. They raised the government in Japan has raised the
Closed until May 11.
has raised the state of emergency to level 5, which is the highest, and that meant their curfews were imposed. So establishments that serve alcohol are closed, and restaurants that don't serve alcohol have to close by 8 o'clock. Um, Things like that. So bars are closed and so on. Not all over the country, but in the five or six large metropolitan areas: Tokyo, Osaka, Nagoya, places like that. Um, and so that was just recently they did that. And so during this Golden Week holiday, when there are normally a lot of people traveling around visiting friends and relatives, is also taking advantage of the time to visit places like Disneyland and parks and museums and so on. Um, they decided to close it down to try and cut down on the spread of the virus, which in Japan we're in another wave right now. We're in the middle of another wave. Um, it's not as bad yet as it was in January, but it's still on the increase, and we don't know where this particular wave is going to peak. So, but anyway, as I was saying, broadcast about all kinds of different things. I do a friendly feud game, which is a me basically stealing the idea of Family Feud, but then doing it on Haps and making it an individual contest instead of groups of families and so on. But it's the same kind of thing. Uh, you hear a question and then you try to predict what the most popular answer among the people surveyed is going to be and get points for the number of people that gave the answer that you choose. Um, and then I do the layman's philosophy broadcast. A friend of mine and I started out, we're, like most college people, I've taken at least a couple of philosophy courses. I took a few extra. Uh, I was intrigued by it, still am, by the topic. But I didn't, I'm not a philosophy major or anything like that. But I continue to read books, not really heavy technical deep things, but things that are at least accessible to laymen. I continue to read things like that, and so I'm interested in hearing other people's ideas about some different questions. Again, not trying to definitely not trying to convince anyone of my the strange ideas that I hold, but simply to find out what other ideas people might hold, and maybe learn a little bit about why they hold those ideas and so on. Again, not trying to find out who's right, not even necessarily trying to figure out what is right, um, but just to talk about what are the possibilities of what's within the realm of possibilities of what might be right, which is kind of interesting. And then my wife does a broadcast on cooking. My wife, as I've mentioned several times, is Filipina. Um, we have both lived in Japan. I've lived in Japan for 33 years. She's been here for about 25 years. How long have you been here? 25 years?
Hmm?
How long have you been here? 25 years?
Me?
Your son's 22.
22.
22, 23 years. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, so about 23 years she's been in Japan. Um, but, so we're obviously we're both accustomed to Japanese food, enjoy Japanese food. This famous ones like sushi and things like that. But in fact, just the other day we went to a sushi shop. We took our lives in our hands and went to a sushi shop. um, and yeah, ate a large amount of sushi that day. It was the first time in nearly a year that we'd been, maybe over a year that we'd been inside the sushi shop. Um, we had gotten takeout before. For some reason, the other day we decided to just go in and risk it. Um, so far, we're both um, symptom free of the virus, but who knows? My wife has gotten her first vaccine. I have not. My wife works in a hospital, and so even though she's not a doctor or nurse, as being part of the staff that works there, um, having being in close proximity to the patients there, considered a frontline worker, and so prioritized in getting vaccinated. So she has her first shot. I'm waiting to get mine. She was a little nervous about getting the vaccine. I am chomping at the bit. I'm ready to get it. I have no qualms at all about getting the vaccine, um, for whatever reasons. Anyway, but my wife does. She's a Filipina. Uh, has been living in Japan, so knows about Philippine cooking, knows about Japanese cooking, and amazing to me, she can go online and find a recipe and uh, read that recipe and create a really delicious dish based on the recipe. Um, I'm terrible at recipes. If I've seen it cooked, if I've tasted the food and have some ideas, that kind of background, that kind of context to work with, I can then use a recipe and create something because at least I know what it is that I'm working toward. But she can just, oh, that sounds good, and she looks at the picture and reads the ingredients and says, oh, that sounds good. I think I can do that, and she can. It's amazing. Um, about the only things that I cook are things like sloppy joes, or which I haven't made in a couple of years now for some reason, and chili. I make chili every once in a while. Um, Minestrone style, so soups I get, soups and minestrone, chili. Um, I can make a mean deviled egg. Um, yeah, other things. I mean, I used to make pizza a lot. Now, when I was single and first in Japan and younger, and wasn't afraid of the carbohydrates, I used to make pizza quite often. Don't do that anymore.
I can make also chicken butter piccolo.
You can make anything, my dear. You find a recipe and you can make it. That's what I'm saying. You're amazing. Anybody still there, or did I chase you all away? Maybe I'm talking to myself.
You're talking.
All right. So if nobody types anything in the comments here pretty quick, I'm gonna shut this off because it's getting late. It's almost 9 o'clock. 20 minutes before 9 o'clock. So
They're still there.
I don't think so. The last comment is a spam comment from some guy off of Twitch. Um, Want to become famous? Buy followers and viewers on https://inlink.ru. So it's a Russian site. RZWWA bigfellows.com. Or big follows, sorry, bigfollows.com. All right. No, I'd rather do it the old fashioned way. Make a whole bunch of stupid videos and hope that some people uh, enjoy watching them. But we'll see. Besides, I don't have the money to buy followers. Buy followers. Why would you? I mean, yeah, okay, yeah. If you buy followers, you get that initial um, group of followers. You get that initial that critical mass or whatever you want to call it of followers, and then everything becomes easier, right? People look at you and say, "Oh, you've got 5,000 followers. You must be interesting enough to listen to," and so then more and more people listen to you, and that so it kind of snowballs and so on. And assuming that you are at least a little bit interesting, yeah, definitely would be a way to jumpstart some type of a online presence and so on. But nah, I'm doing this on my days off. I mean, if I wasn't doing this, I would probably be watching YouTube or maybe Netflix if I could find something good on there. Um, Hey, YouTube, I mean, wow. Um, I'm amazed, there's just so much content on YouTube. I mean, I know everybody watches YouTube, but there's just so much there. It's amazing that, you know, that some people can have so many followers, so many views, because there's just so many choices. It seems to me that I, mean, I subscribe or whatever to maybe 20 or I think probably closer to 30 different people because they're interesting. I watch some of theirs and they're interesting. But now, if I subscribe to 30 different people, that means obviously I'm not spending very much time listening to any single one of them. I guess, yeah, if you've got, a billion people all subscribing to 30 or 40 different channels, Yeah, that's a lot of subscribers. So there's enough to go around for all the broadcasters, I guess, or for all of them that are worth listening to anyway. All right, so nobody has said anything in the comments, so I'm assuming that I am talking to myself. That's fine. No worries. If anybody watches this to the end, why? Why are you still here? My goodness. I mean, it's 4 hours and 41 minutes now. It just turned 4 hours and 41. That's too long. Go out and do something. Stop watching me. All right. I'm gonna stop broadcasting. We finished our meal. We finished our dessert. Enough's enough. Thanks, everybody. See you again real soon. I am going to be on a lot, especially when my wife is working. Keeps me out of trouble, right? Yeah, she knows where I am. If I'm broadcasting, she can find me. Right? She can't suspect me of doing anything naughty if she can see me on camera, right? So there we go. It's good for everybody. All right, that's all. Bye bye.